Welcome back, everybody. Grand Tactician, Civil War, from Grandpa Gaming, and this is episode 4 of our Confederate live stream campaign. So we got a few people in chat already. Bremer, Josh, Riley, Jacob. Oh, Riley, you bugged out already. Enjoy time with the family. Yeah, Jacob, that last stream, that battle was brutal. I was mentally done after that one. I'm just going to test something here real fast on screen. I want to see if some of the StreamBot stuff is working. Okay, it is working. Very good. Sometimes you can't tell with these things. Yeah, my battery's about done, but there's nobody to recruit. I was going to send them home after that last battle, but there's nobody left in their state. There's nobody left in any state that's available for recruitment. It's pretty bad right now. Actually, about to just go over some of that stuff. So, our officer, my avatar's in pretty bad condition. We've actually earned ourselves a nickname, too. We're now known as Grumpy the Old Tippler Whiskey Gruntpa. We're still out contrarian. We're still outrageous, a drunkard, reckless, and a conservative. We do have enough to get... We are waiting for a promotion to Major General. Josh, how are we doing this evening? Well, what Polk pulled last time was me egging him on into that situation, so it's kind of my fault. We're also missing a leg, and I believe we're also suffering from a venereal disease also, so, yeah, we are in pretty bad shape. Though we have moved up to number 45 out of 51 in the fame rankings, and our headquarters is just... bloody mess. It's we got a committee investigator, a liberal lady, a suicidal flag bearer, and a famous gunslinger. Arrows, how we doing? Long time no see. I'd actually just saw your comment right before coming on the stream here, so your unit will be added into the next episode. I lost your leg, but Schofield lost his life. Yep. I look at it this way. If any of those Union boys get too close to me, I can stab them in the eye with my peg. All right, going into actions. I did see an action available that I thought would be fun to take. It costs $250, but we can use our gunslinger to stage a shootout. Well, I don't need to stay away from her tent. She needs to stay away from mine, because I think she was trying to help nurse me back to health when that happened. So we could stage a shootout here. There's some grudge among your men. Pay the famous gunslinger to arrange one of those good old showdowns. Betting would, of course, be involved. Such a show will increase your money, but also remind the men to get along. It's most likely the agitator will no longer bother your unit. I gotta take this. Oh, it's a yellow. Oh, I'm allowed 30 things up there, so yeah, we're taking that. Oh, it's a green. I thought it was a yellow. Perfect. How long will that take? 15 days. Nice. Well, it's better than, what was that? My first campaign wasn't a live stream campaign. It was a set piece on Whiskey and Lemons, and I basically had like a spaghetti western headquarters going on. Kerosene, how we doing this evening? All right, and our core is in pretty bad shape. Our core, my division. My division is the best part of this entire core. So there's 8,600 men in the core that are standing up to fight. And more than half of that belongs to my division. We have 4,500 men with 597 disabled. And we only have the one gun left in our battery. The other 2 guns belong to this battery. This division's at 1,900 men. This division's at 1,300 men. So our corps is basically non-existent at this point. It's an oversized division. We actually combine down these other 2 divisions into ours, it'd make a full strength division. Or just under a full strength division. And again, command of this corps not only costs 3.1 thousand prestige, but we only have 1.6 thousand. So, and I don't even know if it'd be... The only reason I'd still want to take this corps is because my division's in it. I can't send them home. There's nobody to recruit. I wanted to send them home last stream, but there was literally nobody left for recruitment. Take another look at that. So I can't send home any of the Tennessee troops because there's nobody available. Target drivers of Tennessee also. I could send home the Cherokee Rifles, but they're almost at full strength anyway because I did send them home for a little bit. So they just came back. So they only need 131 men. I could recruit another unit out of the Indian territories, but we can't recruit anybody because currently we're at CCC plus. Can we recruit? West Virginia's got a ton of volunteers. But we can't recruit anybody. Yeah, because our credit rating is below B-, we cannot recruit anybody. I would like to add a small cavalry regiment of native volunteers. Well, that's just our unit. I mean, the Federals have 546,165 men in the field to our 345,273 men in the field. So there's a 200,000 man difference, but if I was an overall command, that wouldn't be an issue, but I'm not. I still got something of a division. The other 2 do not. The other 2 basically got regiments. Their divisions are regimental strength. Or regiment plus in strength. And our corps are in no condition to fight either. We have no food, no ammunition, and our readiness is down in the red. That should fix itself once we recapture Corinth here. Outnumbered by 200,000, target-rich environment. Yes, it is, especially since all 3 of our brigades are now armed with Sharps rifles, and they are all sharpshooters. So, we can do some massive damage now. I was going to name the Cherokee Rifles when they come in. Haven't seen Grant yet, so it's not as bad as it could be. Grant's somewhere. He's probably a colonel. I think we did see him on the battlefield as a brigade commander. Like these guys are moving to engage Second Corps or trying to avoid it. Yeah, it's the only problem with the Sharps so far is they do burn through ammunition very quickly. It is September, so we're moving into winter pretty soon. Hopefully we get our strength back up over the winter. Oh, it only gave you 7 days off? That sucks. This Christmas and New Year's. Yeah, I did see in the news that she abdicated. I was a little surprised by that. Hey, Cup, how we doing this evening? I actually haven't been following it too closely, Aros, but who's going to be taking over the head of the royalty for the country? Alright, we're getting some of our disabled men back. We're now over 9,000 strength. It's going to be a while before we're in fighting condition. We're not even drawing any supplies out of Corinth. 62 days to full readiness. The Crown Prince and his Australian wife. That's going to be interesting. Frogman, one of your SF? He's been pretty badly and starting to take a toll on my health. My health is basically non-existent, so that doesn't matter. Disaster at Fort Smith. I guess that should be good if things along the borders kick up. Quick draw duel. There we go. Hanging out with a famous gunslinger is exciting, but he's also rather unstable personality. Someone described to be, by nature, a ruffian, a drunken, swaggering fellow. His most recent vagary was to get you drunk and to accept a quick draw duel challenge. Your shot missed, but his wounded you. After sobering up, he was, of course, very sorry and promised to never again do such a foolish thing. While you are recovering, your friend decided to visit Springfield, Missouri to gamble and enjoy the company of women. Oh, God. I guess that wasn't our action. No, our action's still a few days away from completing. So we got in a shootout with our own camp partner. Oh. And we're wounded again. And he grazed us. He shot us in the eye. An eye injury, which is still healing while recovering, your ability to command is impaired, as many duties have to be taken over by other officers in your unit. There is a mediocre chance that the injury will result in permanent disability. So I'm down a leg, and I might be down an eye. Jesus. After the war, people write dime novels about you. I have a feeling my avatar will continue out further west to continue his story. If we survive the war, it will be a to-be-continued saga if I actually had like a Western game to play. If there was like a Western game I could play and build this character, I think that would be fun. Wasn't your aiming eyes, so not to worry. Well, personally, I use both eyes to aim, so that could be an issue. I can go without the left one. I am right dominant, but I do prefer to use both. Ladies love eye patches. And we're still waiting for that gunslinger action to complete. Oh, what we got happening here? Army in Mississippi. River Squadron. That's Army headquarters. Looks like there's going to be an engagement happening here, but we're not going to be taking part of it. Still don't have any supplies. What's that shootout action? This should be done any day now, I think. Yep, one day. Once that's done, we're going to see if we can buy some supplies. That'll cost me $1,000. We don't even have the money for that. It's $708. I spent $250 on putting the shootout together. You celebrate New Year's with fireworks, or is it just the 4th? And if you do, is it the same scale? Yeah, so we do celebrate with fireworks. It's just not on the same scale as the 4th of July. So the big, like, I'm from New York City, so the big thing is the ball dropping at Times Square, which I have never attended in my life. I've been close to it because I used to work security. I used to bounce a nightclub in the area, but I just rather avoid that mess. Action accomplished. The agitator went down, and you two are counting the money won fair and square by betting. The famous gunslinger keeps you company. The men in your unit, especially the officers, would do their best not to end up in a quarrel with you and him. Yes, morale among my men will improve, or you will be shot by my partner. Yeah, so going back to the New Year's thing, yeah, it's not as big an event, but it's still pretty big. It's more of a family-oriented thing around here. So when I was stationed in Italy, I like how they did in Italy when I was in Vicenza. Everybody gathered at the town square with candles and then went off to their separate churches for New Year's Mass. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, I want to kick the map up to times 20, but we got too much going on over here, I think. We're at B- now, so our economy's recovering. I might be able to recruit units soon. Morale of the men went up as I took their money, probably. Of course, back up to 10,000 men. So basically a division strength now. Yeah, in New York, fireworks are illegal, so it really comes down to who can afford to do it and who can afford the tickets that come with it. I know one guy, about every 4th of July, he gets like $1,000 worth of tickets while shooting off about $5,000 worth of fireworks. The guy don't care. I don't know where the hell he gets the money from. Let's see. I got 1.23 thousand in money, so I can buy supplies for my men at least. Do that. That takes 55 days. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't stop anybody here, kerosene. It does not. I mean, for a few years it did. Fireworks never used to be illegal in New York City until Giuliani became mayor. And then there was a good 10-year period where you never saw fireworks as they really enforced it. But then during the pandemic, they stopped enforcing a lot of the laws because nobody cared anymore. So it's really more of a recent thing that people started doing it again. Nah, yeah, depends on the laws you break here. For the city, it's more about making the money. They love issuing tickets that, they make money off of. Yeah, I think he just filed for bankruptcy. Inspired, how we doing? It's playing during the snow. Yeah, actually, it's snowing out right now. No, I think it's supposed to turn to rain in a bit. Which kind of sucks. I'm looking out my window, which is right next to me, and I can watch it come down next to some of the Christmas lights that are up, and it looks really nice, and it's kind of relaxing to watch. I highly doubt he's fully bankrupt. The cost of lawyers has got to be killing him. Declaring bankruptcy is just a defense tactic. And we're retreating away from this core. 35,000 men. Yeah, we got to be. South of Allentown just turned to frozen rain. Yeah, so that's going to be hitting me in about... South of Allentown's probably about an hour or two before it hits me. Where are we going? Take us somewhere we can get some supplies, damn it. This campaign is not going well at all. Actually, well, we got this playing now. I see we got 14 people watching right now. I'm going to throw a poll up. If anybody's watching the main series, screen's going to go all sideways while I go off screen here. I asked for a name for the generic 3rd Brigade that earned one. So I'm going to throw up a poll with the 4 names that were put forward. I want you guys to vote on them. That should be going up here. Looks like everybody's liking the Cleveland Coyotes. You got a cold weather front from Serbia. You got so much snow and ice, the roads have been closed for 4 days. Oh, dear Lord. I haven't seen a snowstorm like that in a long time. Love to see what a Key West battlefield looked like in this game. You'd probably either get a generic map or the Jacksonville map, or actually the Lake City map up here is probably what you'd get in the Keys. I don't even know if... I've actually moved men around down here before. It's basically impossible to move. You'd never get a battle down there. "12 viewers, 7 votes. Come on, guys. Everybody needs to vote." Leave this poll up for a few minutes more. New National Thanksgiving Day. Lincoln orders a nationwide celebration, and Evacuation Day is superseded. That is right. I forgot about that. Evacuation Day is still celebrated in New York, though it's not a very big event. Florida beach battle. Go fight it out on the sand and surf with a bunch of girls in bikinis watching from the sidelines. Yeah, I can go for that. Bikinis and bullets. Calling it a 20-year event, but we had 2 storms in November and December that has flooded the ground, so everything is just ice and snow now. Right now it's negative 15 and negative 40 in Norway. Oh, dear God. Forget that. Though I was actually thinking about visiting next year, honestly. Not next... yeah, next year. Because this year I'm doing the Lincoln Highway road trip, which I will be recording for you guys. And, yeah, I think next year I was thinking about visiting as far north as I could get. 37 in England and not rainy for once. That's there, Fort Pillow. All right, 12 viewers and only 9 votes. 10 votes, there we go. I think that's good enough. So Cleveland Coyotes it is for that brigade. Yeah, I was planning on stopping at least 2 days. I still have to plan it out, but I'm envisioning at least 2 days in each country. Yeah, it looks like we're coming towards the end of the campaign here, and we really haven't even done much on this live stream series because they just haven't been fighting. And we're still not even ready to fight. We're still orange readiness, and we have no ammunition and no food. We got forage for the horses, which I guess the men are going to be eating. This campaign has not been good for us at all. Well, we'll probably be starting just like 2 weeks ago. We'll probably start a fresh campaign right after this one. Just take about a half-hour break and get a fresh one going. This is going to end fairly soon here. Let's speed up the map now. Which really sucks considering how eclectic my command section is. I would have liked to have seen this through with a better conclusion. Eye injury. A long time has passed since you were wounded. The eye injury is healed now without leaving a permanent... Oh, I didn't end up with the eye patch. Okay. Yeah, I would definitely love to meet up with you if I end up that way. Like I said, it's still just in my mind. I haven't really gone fully into planning it. I probably won't fully plan that trip until after I do the Lincoln Highway trip. That's going to take me about a week of cross-country driving, using all side roads, and then I have to shoot back to Reno for a week for a reunion there, and then drive back to New York City. So I'll be on the road for about 3 weeks straight. Howard, how we doing? Worst part about that trip is I won't be able to take my dog along. Better knock on wood before you get into another shootout with your gunslinger companion. I think that might be a once a game event, to be honest. But who knows? Request a transfer to Jubilation T Cornbone's command. Looks like that power bar slid a little more in our direction. Of course, it's a little stronger than a division now, even though. Motorcycle trip coast to coast in the U.S. Oh yeah. It's like the road trip I'm planning, the Lincoln Highway, which is not actually like a full highway. It's a bunch of disconnected side roads. It's the original cross-country highway, and it mostly follows the old original Pony Express route. So there's a lot of history along the route. Probably more history than Route 66. Route 66 had a lot of tourist trap stuff on it. Lincoln Highway's got a lot of historical stuff on it. So I'm planning 5 days for that drive. It might take me longer because I'm like a magpie when it comes to historical stuff. I see a road sign, I'm stopping to look at it. You know, I see any type of monument, I go, ooh, what's that? And I pull over. Yeah, I'm hoping I'm going to have a lot of fun on it. Like I said, my only problem is I can't take my dog because I'm not going to be able to have him in Reno with me. Mostly just because I'm not going to have the time for him. I'm going to be there with a military reunion. A bunch of Iraq, Afghanistan, and Vietnam veterans getting shit-faced together. All right, winter season. All right, we're now back in the green. We got some ammo, some food. If we get into another battle, it's going to be, once again, it'll be my division handling most of the fighting. You have to buy your shoes with Yule. There we go. Got ourselves into a fight. With the 3rd Corps Army of the Ohio. Bringing 8,400 infantry, 2,300 cavalry, and 15 guns under command of John Cook. We have Adams Corps, Polk's Corps, and the Army of Missouri, which is still under command of Abraham Buford. This will be the first battle we're going into with where we actually outnumber them. We're bringing 28,388 infantry, 795 cavalry, and 45 guns. So let's get into this. Time to pour myself a battle brew. About damn time. And today's battle brew is the Balvenie Doublewood 12 year. Got about 2 more drinks in that bottle. Thank God I got a fresh one right behind it. Tell you what, whiskey has gotten damn expensive lately. Everything's jumped up in price by a good $20, $30. All right, we are on the attack. Both car on the field. Looks like we're up here. Yep. Let's hit play. We got our men off in the woods, so let's start marching our way down to the railroad line. Don't hit the ball too much like those times you fell out of the saddle. It'll take us a minute to get down this way. Division's at 5,300 men. We are just at about half strength. I think the only battle we haven't fallen out of saddle was the first one, if I remember correctly. Division up this way, and we'll come in on their flank over here. That feeling gonna be lined up on this wall, or they should be. And it has been. I bought the cheapest horse available, so I think that's what's keeping it from being killed from under me. Get ourselves in the single line. The camp update, I'm actually enjoying that. It adds a bit more flavor to the game. Try not to lose the other leg. And they are not lined up on the wall. Move ourselves in a wood line here, and then we can get up on this wall here. Come right on their flank with these Sharps rifles. Oh, it would be glorious. Down to play. Now the engagement started. Otherwise, the things get a little screwy. Oh, no, I don't know if you all have noticed. I had to turn down the music in the game because my last 3 streams have actually gotten not copyright struck, but they were, even though I'm not monetized, they were demonetized because of one of the songs, which I found a little odd considering all the songs in this game are so old that nobody owns the rights to them. I think it was to Gary Owen that actually had me getting demonetized. Gardner's the furthest one forward, so we'll push you down to the fence immediately. Gardner does not like me. Huh. What the hell's going on with the rest of my brigades? Oh, it's my battery friggin' clogging the road on everybody. Really? guys just halt for now. Road cleared up. Causing a goddamn traffic jam. Notice I got so few guns I can move too fast. Let's get the roads cleared, boys. Force officers say you clean them out in poker. I don't think... Yes, Smith hates me. Huh. They all used to like me. Waddy still likes me. And I had to replace Quarles because he was wounded in the last battle, so the current commander likes me because I just gave him a command. Did I shoot his predecessor? Yeah. Tennessee moving at the double quick, but they are moving like slugs. They charging us? Nope, alright. Back in a single. Tennessee, get off your goddamn asses and start moving. I don't know what the hell's going on with this brigade, but it's pissing me off now. Back off a little bit. Get some range on that cavalry. They're right on top of us and they got any type of carbine. They're going to outshoot us. Tennessee, there we go. Now he's starting to move. The Waddy's men are just walking and keeping up with them, so I got no idea what the hell's going on there. looks like their cavalry's backing off. Good. We've taken more casualties than we definitely needed. Because I think I'm about to relieve Smith here. He's been slow walking his men this entire time. He should have been up here with the hog drivers. Well, they're backing off of us, so we should be good. Grumpy, should we place our bets if he gets drunk and fall out of saddle or get shot again? Place your bets, boys. Place your bets. I don't think this battle's going to last that long. Broke the cavalry. We got punished while doing it. It's right up to that fence line that'll keep the pushing the skirmishers. To get you men across that fence. It really feels like it's only our division fighting, but we do have low morale brigades in our corps. Very low morale brigades. I didn't miss anything, Jeremy. It's the first battle. You didn't miss anything prior to this, Philip. Is the first one. And Cherokee rifles are just starting to get into action now, so Stan Waddy's on his way into the fight. Yeah, but I think I got to relieve Preston Smith of command after what he pulled. You don't tell him to stay with a specific unit. He just kind of follows along wherever he goes. Oh, we got into hand-to-hand with the skirmishers. Thought they would have fallen back before we got there. Go get me some scalps, boys. Don't get over eager, Waddy. Losses in the hog drivers, all because of the damn Tennessee militia. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I almost lost my eye to my own companion. Wasn't in the battle, so it doesn't apply. And there goes that brigade, so we just gotta get off this brigade and we'll be done. This battle is over. We just gotta get rid of these last two brigades. I kind of want to charge Waddy in, but he's doing a ton of casualties being on their flank. Yeah, they're about to break. Waddy, go get me some more scalps. They are retreating. Very good. He's got this one unbroken brigade and get a few more casualties out of it. Where the hell's my map going? There they go. All right, let's speed this along. Took a few more casualties than we should have, especially in the hog drivers and also in Wadi's brigade because he had his flank exposed to this brigade. He took 363 casualties, but you always take more casualties with the larger brigades. Sharp's bullet going right through several men. I'm not too sure about that one. Considering how the bullets were made at the time, I don't particularly see multiple ranks. You gotta remember they were larger rounds but had a much lower velocity than they do modern weapons. Yeah, our casualties were higher than I would have liked, but still won. So we took down 1,400 of their 8,500 infantry, 300 or 2,400 cavalry, got all 1,500 guns, total loss of 1,800 or 11,000 men. We lost 1,087 of our 28,324 infantry, and about 600 of that was mine. 206 of our 795 cavalry, one of our 54 guns, total loss of 1,301 of our 29,893 men. And we only got 153 prestige out of this battle. See, yep, we caused almost all the casualties. Good chunk of them. Alright, Tennessee State Militia did 237 to infantry. Hog Drivers did 223 to infantry, 282 to cavalry for a total of 513. Cherokee Rifles did 367 to infantry, took 43 prisoners, total of 414. And the artillery did 12 to infantry, division total of 1,176. I want to see if we got any of their officers. All right, we wounded slow, and that was it. Okay. Closed out of here. This is true, but you have to remember it has to do with the way the bullets are made and the type of powder, velocity levels, stuff like that. I mean, if you look at a 50 caliber bullet like the Ma Deuce and look at a 50 caliber bullet from 1860s, this is a vast difference in the size and power of them. I mean, you have to remember a lot of the rifles these guys carried weren't even 50 were bigger than 50 cals. Like if you look at the Harper's Ferry or the Springfield musket, that was a 69 caliber musket. That's a big round. And it fired buckshot on top of it. But once again, the calibers have to do with the diameter of the round and not the way they're shaped. And how much powder is behind them. That it does. Makes the bullets lighter and fly better. Wish the Gatling guns were better in game. I'm actually glad they're not, to be honest with you, because they would just be way overpowered. Victory at Memphis. Once again, we're not getting the notes for the battles we fight in, but we get the notes for the battles that we don't fight in. That's just weird. It's like Captain Field became famous out of that fight for some reason. All right. It's kind of annoying. Like, my division has won every fight, but my commander still hasn't become famous from any of them. Didn't the Springfield 65 use a smaller round than the 64? I'm not too sure. Now, the 65 was not the first trap door. Actually, trap doors had been used since basically the War of 1812. In game, you have that 1817 rifled musket, which is a trap door musket. So they had been in use. They just weren't very good. Look at that. All of a sudden, we have supplies. I guess we captured their supply camp. Look at that. We got supplies out of the blue. Oh, Corps getting reinforced. We're going up to 17,000 men, almost 18,000. We're getting reinforcements. And I know it's one of my favorite tunes. How are we doing this evening, Tad? Yeah, my men definitely earned their whiskey rations today, especially Waddy's boys with those 2 charges. They get an extra ration of whiskey for each scalp they bring in. Give them that fire water. A shot for every shot. Say that 3 times fast. We gotta develop some type of drinking game for you guys while you're watching one of my streams. Maybe every time I mention whiskey or something like that, you guys have to do a shot. I don't know. I do mention it a lot during the streams, especially battles. Let's get this map pumped back up again. We're down orange readiness, but that's only because we got the reinforcements coming in. Oh, we're going up to 20,000 men. We're getting a lot of reinforcements. Join Polk's Corps. The whiskey's cheap and there's less than 100% chance of getting maimed. I think my avatar would beg to differ. My avatar would beg to differ. Oh, we got supplies because of my action. That's what happened. That's why we got supplies. This stream take a shot every time Polk moves the Corps into a fight. Yeah, you guys, that's not a drinking game. That's an abstinence game. All you have left is Bacardi. Oh. And there's a nice big fight happening to our east. We won it. Maybe we... No, battles... Nope, there we go. We did win that fight. Maybe things are turning around for us. Doubtful, but it's a possibility. Hopefully don't get caught in this siege over here at Fort Pillow. Always seem to take... Whenever you get into a siege, unless you have a specialized siege force, you take massive casualties. Yeah, I do prefer the dark rum over the white rum, honestly. I just like those deeper flavors. I keep saying I have a heated exchange of words with Wadi, but he's the only commander that actually likes me, so that doesn't even make any sense. Why is the rum always gone? Grumpy Avatar only drinks to take his mind off all the shit around him and do nothing plus the problems that you've been having. I think a lot of the problems are from the drink, and he was drinking before the problems set in. All right, we're at B minus, so we can recruit somebody. I wonder if I can send any of my boys home yet. I doubt there's anybody from Tennessee available. Oh, there might be people available. There's 22,000 men available in Tennessee, so I'm sending my boys home. Everybody but Stan Waddy goes home because he was just home and he's over 2,700 men. So he's basically a full strength brigade because I just sent him home already. Hopefully they come back near to full strength. We're not too far from Tennessee, so they shouldn't be gone too long. I mean, we're right on the border. Actually, I didn't even look at how long they'd be gone. "39 days? Right, we're in the state. Whatever. I need the men. I need them. I stand with stand. So yeah, we're going to be sitting still for a while. What's your favorite part of Staten Island? I don't think it's doomed yet. We'll see what 64 brings us. Favorite part of Staten Island? Oh, I mean, I grew up here, so... Honestly, if you're talking about stuff... Whoa! This is a new one. I quit. Disagreement between you and your subordinate, Colonel Smith, has lately reached a boiling point. The most recent loud squabble was the last straw for him, and he has decided to resign just to get away from you for good. New officer has been... I've never had this happen before. Has anybody else had this happen? Wow. And right as we're going into a battle, that we might just lose. They got 39,937 infantry, 2,300 cavalry, and 78 guns. 26,310 infantry, 806 cav, and 46 guns. And I just sent all of my men away. I just sent all of my men away. I have to say my favorite part of Staten Island, I mean, as far as like, if you're talking like outdoors or history stuff, I mean, like Richmond Town, Conference House, especially Conference House, because you got all those trails down there, but just off the water, which are really nice. But probably my favorite part of the island is High Rock Park. So I've always been kind of outdoorsy, and that park has always been a big part of my life. Who's built by Sonic on page. There's a Sonic in Tottenville? Gosh, yeah, it happened to you an hour ago. I mean, this is a new one on me as a first. Being a friend of Davis had perks. Yes, it did. Mr. White, how we doing this evening? Now let's get into this fight. Who's leading this? McPherson. Tell you what, I haven't been down Tottenville Way in a long time. Okay. Now that I know there's one there. I do like Sonic. There are natives available. Waddy's brigade's at full strength. And problem is, it's going to take a while to recruit any, because of where we're located. It's going to take a long time to get any of them. But we'll take a look at how many are available. And we'll see how many men my 2 brigades and a battery just home bring back. I sent them home at the wrong damn time. The only one on the island? No, isn't there one down on Forest Avenue? I only command a division. I've been up for Major General for a while now, but I guess no corps are available because they haven't offered me one. And I only have the 1 brigade in this battle. And we are defending. This is okay. So we have far away our reinforcements. Adams Corps is arriving in 5 hours, and they're going to be behind the Union forces. They don't have reinforcements coming, do they? So their corps is on the field. Our reinforcements, yeah, the Federals are coming in from this road only. Our reinforcements are coming in behind them. Hopefully they're coming in from right here. I doubt it, though. Probably going to come in from over here. No, they're coming from behind. I didn't look at where everybody was at the map. Oh, they closed that one? I had no idea. Yeah, it's marsh, but this map just... And I don't have command of the Corps, so it's not like it's very helpful for me. I'm hoping our reinforcements coming behind these guys. Let's put our boys on the stream bed here. Where's that? Yeah, it's right on the edge of the marsh. That is not a good angle. You know, we only got the 1 brigade on the field, so I think we should hang back, and then we'll figure out where we go from there once the Federals come into view. That's if our reinforcements come in from down here. That'd be perfect. But they can come in from here, they can come in from here. Or they come in from behind us. Thankfully, the Federals don't have they have the Army commanders coming into the field, so he might be coming from this direction. Or even their army could come from this direction. I've never seen a layout like this before. So they're here or they're here. Let's look for some dust trails. Hopefully they're not over here to our right. There's the end of the day. Sorry about talking about Staten Island so much. I never really encountered fellow Staten Islander on YouTube. No problem at all. I mean, I lived here my entire life and I barely ever talk about them. Yep, now reinforcements came in from here. If I was in command, if this was a main campaign and I was in command, this would be a beautiful sight. Because you know exactly what I'd be doing with that corps. All right, so let's follow the road here, see if we can spot some dust trails or get a sounding. Yep, they are here at the Norris house. So are they going to go left or go straight? That's the question. Oh, I just see a dust trail over here. Yes, I did. There's a dust trail. So they're coming in from this direction. And if they start crossing the swamps, well, everything's frozen, so that's not going to make a difference. We're going to fall back to over here, since that'll make us the only brigade facing their direction. You know what? Now, we're going to come back here to the rail line. They are coming down an unexpected road. Oh, they're coming down both roads. They're coming from both directions. They're trying to pincer us. Look at that. There's some cavalry in sight. What? How many directions are they coming from? And this corps is not moving. Oh, we are in for it on this one. Time to go out in a blaze of glory. Oh, if I was in command, I would definitely win this fight, because right now their corps is spread out between this road on the rail tracks. And this corps should be moving in on the flank of this force here, but they are not coming. That corps is smart to leave Polk high and dry. Yeah, but they're also leaving me high and dry, damn it. Yeah, so I think moving behind the rail line is our best option right now. Let's kick out some skirmishers. Get some eyes down here. No, I've not seen the Napoleon movie. I've heard too many bad things about it. From what I understand, they should have named the movie Josephine. Can you move your brigade behind Polk and wait to see if they shoot at Polk before? I wish it. I kind of wish it would work. There was a battle where he was caught between the lines and he still survived. So I don't know. Oh, and they are marching across the swamps here. Even though they're frozen, that is still going to slow him down. Let's move forward and take advantage of that. Skirmishers, go hit this brigade. Even though this ground's frozen, it should still have an effect. Yeah, it's still moving slow, and this brigade's kind of broken up on its movement. I honestly haven't been to the battlefield. The guys at the Hornets Nest, they had a lot of PR. To be quite honest with you, they had a lot of PR. They didn't do as much as they claimed they did. So I want to move you at the atrium. I live less than a mile from the atrium, and I have not been in that theater since I think before I joined the army. So that's over 20 years ago. I remember when the atrium was actually a miniature mall. It was first built. Yeah, Eros, if you have not seen it yet, I would honestly wait to rent it. If it's still in theaters where you are, I wouldn't see it at the theater. I'd just wait to rent it from what I understand. Edward Pike, Cooper, Mac. What? Weren't there two Macintoshes? Weren't there brothers that had command? And Tandy's available right now. I'm not running at the extra officers from AOM, so the Macintoshes are not available in game right now. I'm trying to remember, were they brothers or were they cousins? When it seems to remove Napoleon says you did better than us because you got boats. Surrounded, you say good. It makes it easier to find them. I'm not fighting this battle with a bunch of paratroopers. Yeah, I didn't think you were that old, Constantius. It's just I'm dating myself with that statement. Theirs is not the reason why. Theirs is what to do and die, especially the Yankees. Hey, these guys do not have good weapons. Let's keep them at range. And they already took the objective. We're not even defending it. We're the only brigade fighting. This other corps is not moved. If I can keep my skirmishers at range, all the better. Nobody else is fighting. I might be putting myself into a bad situation here. Okay, they were brothers. Okay. I thought they might have been cousins. Damn, our skirmishers are hitting this brigade. They do not have good weapons at all, so if we keep them at range, we should be fine. They're filming the Fallout TV show over there? Really? I don't have to double time for the skirms. I want to call them back in soon because they're almost out of ammunition. But they'll come in on their own once they run low, so that's also good. Use the skirms, feed the worms. Let's see if we can't get Cherokee rifles up to level 2 sharpshooters this battle. ShopRite is super duper mart. Really? I actually used to work at that ShopRite a long time ago when I was in high school. I actually did overnight stock in there and then went to high school during the daytime. It was friggin' rough doing that. This brigade 150 casualties. That's good. Best part is we kind of have these guys out in the open with no cover. So we're losing this battle. The other corps still not moved, has it? No, this other corps is not moving. I could take command of this corps for 348 prestige. That's kind of tasty. 348 prestige for an entire corps. So that's a very low strength corps. 17,000 men, and I can get it for 348 prestige? They have more than we do. Yeah, it is flip a coin time. Because he's kind of halfway on us. He doesn't hate us, but he doesn't like us. Yep, flip a coin. Where the hell's my coin? Where'd I put it? Where'd you go? I moved everything around because I had while I was feeling ill, kind of let my desk go a little bit. Alright, not the coin I usually use, but alright. I really should get a webcam so I can start showing you guys all the challenge coins I have. So actually, even though I wasn't on this deployment, I got one of the deployment coins from a commander. So we're going to go heads with the Louisiana Tigers or tails with the 69th Infantry. Damn it! We're not getting it. Oh, God. Why did I coin toss? I should have just taken it. I had to do the coin toss, though. I got rules. I got to follow them. Skirmishers out of the way. double, please. Get the hell out of the way. Shit. Skirmishers, get back in. Get back in. You're blocking fire now. Damn it. Now we're starting to take artillery fire. But 12 casualties to the 400 we've caused, I will take that all day. And already we're down to 28 shots of ammo. All right, they're coming in on us. Let's start pulling back. My avatar is just sitting here on the side. He's probably waiting for them to come into pistol range. I'm not going to my avatar. He's going to sit there and wait for them to come into pistol range so I can start shooting at them. You gotta remember, there's 2 pistoliers in my, besides my character. We also got, Wild Bill in our, command staff. RNG gods are not on your side tonight. No, they are not. But I kind of screwed myself. I took, because we're playing Southerners, and this coin kind of matched this Louisiana Tiger unit. So I used that as the heads and the 69th as the tails when it should have been the other way around. I kind of screwed myself by not using my own unit. It's a good thing bayonets don't need a reload, but there is more meat than we can chew through. And this corps is not moving to our aid. Alright, they're out of range again, so we can just stop and shoot at them. As long as we can keep them at range. Who says my avatar will try to get away? Probably take it off and try to beat some Yankees to death with it. And the rest of our corps is standing in low ground like goddamn idiot. Damn it, Polk. Got our men sitting in a bowl back here, just getting shot up. We are showing a minor victory. That's only because their morale is at 57 to our 63, but they hold the objective now, so... I did not realize there was a Facebook page for Grand Tactician fans. I know about, because I'm on the Discord, I didn't know there was a Facebook page. Bulk dude, bulk things, yep. Grumpy, think of the headline. General Grumpa was captured after hitting several men over the head with his wooden leg. Wooden leg in one hand, whiskey bottle in the other, just wailing away with them both. Because we don't have a sword, we got a whiskey bottle in our sheath. Speaking of which, it's time for a refill. Oh, it looks like we might reach level 2 sharpshooters with and Wadi today. Deploy to engage. I mean, we've been engaged for a while now, but you want me to pull back here to engage? Do I go back for the prestige? Yeah, we're getting flanked out. Oh, it's already gone. We're about to get flanked out. I want to see if we can at least get this one brigade gone, but they're just sitting here taking this 650 casualties. They're showing no signs of breaking. But it's now 1863, and in 63, that's when stuff really started getting bloody. Guys just did not want to give up the fight. You can almost taste that Balvenie. Search Grand Tactician fans. It should come up. All right, I should create a Facebook page for my channel. To be honest with you, I'll probably do that tomorrow. I'm not big on social media, so it's not something that really occurs in my head. A few more battles and Volk will find out you're not supposed to fight. I'm highly doubtful of that. I mean, when you look at him during the Atlanta campaign, the guy did nothing but fuck up everything. Just finished dinner, time to sit, sip, and relax. Hell yeah. My situation is going to be untenable soon. We've only taken 37 casualties, but we're now low on ammunition. And we're already outflanked, honestly. Other corps are on the move. They're finally moving. But they were stuck out in these woods, so it's going to take them a while to get to us. But if they come in and attack from along here, once they get closer, I'll flip a coin again and see if I can't. Say I sent a second dispatch to say, move your asses up. Time to go guard the exit point. We're still fine right now. Though we're not far away from saying screw it and running. They're receiving orders, so they're about to push in, I think. Yep, here they come. Gotta keep them at range. Are they trying to charge us? Or they're just trying to get in a range. You don't want to get in a hand-to-hand with the Cherokee rifle, boys. We will take your scalps off. They moved into cover. That's what they did. $750 casualties to 76. Oh, now we're at 9. Yeah, because it closed in on us. Now at 110. These guys must have smooth bores or something. And now they're in cover, which makes it harder. I should have fallen back sooner. Coming to buck and ball range, that's what I'm assuming. We demand a promotion for stand-up. Alright. I'm promoting Brigadier after this battle. And my horse has been killed. First horse that I've lost in this war. Their enemy casualties are 2,200. 800 of those are caused by us. I was actually going to ask who was saying something about the horse. Someone should do a career as an old officer, birthday 1815 or earlier. You should give him the nickname Grand Old Man, Old Grizzly. Well, the nicknames are handed out by the game, so you really can't do that. Now I gotta hop around on my fucking peg leg. Thank you, Bremer. They're still firing us, so they don't have smooth bores. They must have rifles. We're now almost 246 casualties. So they're making up the difference on what we did to them. We're going to fall back to the rail line. What the hell are you guys doing? And we lost sight of them? Oh, I gave them advance orders. Get moving, boys. Get out of here. Yeah, Grumpy, you do what Grumpy does. Just stay there. Get my avatar the hell out of there. Bravely, bravely hopping away. Yep. Ammunition, 0%. Everybody's running out of ammunition. Where's that other corps? They are still nowhere near us. Turn us down to X2. Running at X5 really screws things up on battle. Thinking 272 casualties took down our experience on the sharpshooters, but we still gained a lot this battle. Turn or hop along, Grandpa. We're at 1,800 to their 2,600, but they have 42,000 men on the field for our 27,000. Brother broke his knee during the freshman year, called him hop along, and he got stuck, and now goes by hobby. Oh god, that sucks. Yeah, it's like I got a few nicknames from my time in the military. I got 4 of them, I think. No, 5. So, I was in the 173rd. I ended up with the nicknames of Smokey and Demolition Man because I was good at breaking shit. I was good at taking down doors, so I ended up named Demolition Man. Also coffee, because I drank a shit ton of coffee back then. Also end up with Whiskey Rebel is one of my nicknames. You've seen me use it in the game, but that was actually a nickname I'd earned. Gruntpaw, obviously. I know there's one more. Oh, and Anger. Anger was another one. The other core's moving. Germ the Worm. Kind of catchy. Yeah, they're coming, but slowly. Because they were out in these woods, so they had to make it out to the road network. Yeah, I'd received that name for 2 reasons. When I was in a 240 team, I got actually bent more than one tripod in half. I literally bent a full steel tripod made from 1943. I bent the legs on it because I ran the crew drill so hard, and I'd land the tripod in place with my full weight. I actually bent the back legs of it. I did to more than one. Not Anchor, it was Anger. A-N-G-E-R. It's Anger. It was actually the company's nickname. So I was actually the Rotello at the time, and from my voice and talking on the military radio, it just kind of stuck. Nah, that's all right. No apologies necessary. I'm a little backed off on the microphone, so it's I'm kind of sat back and leaning on an arm rest. Like I said, it was actually the company's name, but it somehow got applied to me just because of the way my voice sounded on the radio. I always sounded angry on the radio because of how the deep and graveliness. If you ever listen to an old like military radio or even a modern one, like my voice comes in very deep and gravelly, so the name of the company got stuck to me. Never got a nickname in high school, just a bunch of jokes about my family being locksmith. Yeah, I can see that. Honestly, I should learn how to locksmith so I could break into somebody's house and steal a better computer. Don't take me seriously on that one. Stolen Forces knew that Black Horse are getting the first SEP 3 Abrams. Yeah, that makes sense. They'd actually have the best chance to field test them. Where the hell is this other corps? Still slowly making their way to us. Very slowly. These guys are coming through the damn woods. They're going to take forever to get to us. Good morning, Vietnam! I love that movie. You got any younger viewers on here and you've not seen that movie? You've done a disservice to yourself. Let's move back up here and see if we can't re-engage that brigade. They did not chase us, so see if we can't keep them at a distance engagement. Oh, you saw last week, Arrows? I hope you enjoyed it. And Constantius, if your dad quotes it all the time, he's a good man. You need to watch the movie. Sit down and watch it with them. That's a great movie. Robin Williams does an awesome job in that. I actually got to meet Robin Williams once in my life. I hung out with him for a few hours in a very low-key location. Very down-to-earth man. Loved hanging out. Big into history, too. The guy loved history, which amazed me. So, very, very great man. It's sad what happened to him, but I'm glad I was able to meet him at some point in my life. He was a wonderful man to actually have sat down and talked to. Well, I think most of their forces are down this way, and they're not engaging all of their forces. Once they're closer, I'm going to flip a coin again and see if I can't get control of them. And I wonder if I should even flip a coin and just say screw it and take. I got to follow my rules. I got to do the coin flip. I got to follow my own rules. I really want to take command of it outright and just slam them into the flank of this force. But we'll see. They might come in and attack the flank of these guys here. That would be very helpful. Yeah, no, I don't think anybody's ever had a bad thing to say about them, man. And like I said, I'm just glad I got to meet him. I really am. The sad part is we took a big group photo with him because he actually visited my armory. And we had a private bar in the armory, and he was hanging. And we always provided some of our soldiers for extras in movies. And he was looking for a quiet place to hang out, and someone told about our armory, so he came by and visited. And we took a big group photo. Problem was, I was the guy who took the photo, so I'm not even in it. Good Will Hunting, actually one of my favorite movies with him. And it does not get enough credit for it because it's one of his first dramatic movies, was Insomnia. I think that's one of the best movies he's ever done because it's one of his first dramatic one. Problem is he's not known for dramatic movies, and I thought he did an excellent job in that movie. Well, at least somebody on here has actually heard about the movie. It's not a very popular movie, so a lot of people have never heard of that one. Oh, that's another good movie, Philip. I actually totally forgot about that one. That's a great movie. Oh, crap. One of our brigades just broke. Adams Brigade. 1,300 casualties? He's down to 430 men? What the? Hulk? Put our men into this fucking bowl and we're paying for it. Jenkins down by half. Featherston hasn't taken too many, but he's out of ammunition. Brayton's out of ammo. Everybody's out of ammunition. Great City Army is still the same, inflexible and full of brass with no brains. You really can't say that. A lot of things the military does, it does for a reason. And there are officers who are willing to go outside the box, but these days very few, as the militaries around, I'm not just saying the U.S. military, I'm saying militaries around the world for the most part have been taken over by pencil pushers who do not like change, or they're not field people. And that's one of the things that always got me in trouble in the U.S. military for all the years I spent in it, as I'm a combat guy. Pencil pushing is not my thing, and regulations be damned if it gets in the way of the fucking job. They're not close enough yet for me to try and take command of them. They are spread out and slowly approaching. If I take command of them now, it might be a waste of prestige. As much as I want to take command of them, it might be a waste of prestige. They're in cover and laying down, but we're still doing casualties to this brigade, so I'll take that. With no ammunition. Remember, that's how I've lived my life. I don't even ask for forgiveness, I just say the job's done. Fuck forgiveness. Job's done? I don't need your forgiveness, job's done. Yeah, you know, JA, that's one of the things with this game. What really pisses me, like, you'll have like a no-star brigade, a one-star brigade fight down to the last 100 men before they break, which should not happen. That's a brand new unit. 100 or 200 casualties, you actually see them off. Like 63, 64, 65, when you have a bunch of 2, 3, 4, like, you're talking like minimum 4 to 5 star units fighting it out to the last man. That's pretty historical. You're talking about a point in the war. These guys have been fighting for so long and nobody wants to give up. But like early war, like these 3-star brigades or this 2-star batteries fighting a 5-star brigade, they're not going to hold the ground. They're not going to stand there and fight it out. Actually, the Sharps are better than the Whitworths. The Whitworths have a little bit more of a range. The Sharps have a higher rate of fire. I'm just worried about these guys advancing again, because we took most of our casualties pulling back from them. Once they got in close enough to volley us, we took a bunch of casualties. So it's a matter of, yeah, I'm here, but if I see another dispatch rider come into them, I'm going to immediately start falling back again. If I see a dispatch rider, because we can't take those casualties until we get the other 2 brigades back. Fayetteville's. I still wish I'd bought that Fayetteville I'd seen in the shop. I got no reason to use that as a reenactor, because I don't do a rebel, but I would have loved to have it in my collection. Because they're so damn expensive. And I was buying I was shopping for a 63 Springfield and I saw the Fayetteville, but it's like it was one or the other and I had to go for the 63. Then you have a 5-star brigade break before a 1-star brigade in the Cav Stream series. Possibly. No, in this game. That stream was, what, 2 ago? 3 ago? Don't really... Some of you guys remember these streams better than I do. I'm just running so many campaigns, it's hard to keep track anymore. Yeah, that is a problem with the Sharps. They run through the ammunition quickly, but you need to have them on sharpshooter units. Like, if you notice during my... So, you've been gone, Arrows, but during my set-piece campaign, my entire brigade is armed with... or my entire division's armed. Now my entire division, I have 1 brigade per division armed with Sharps rifles, but they have the Iron Brigade perk. So they're firing off their ammunition pretty quickly without doing too much damage. Because they're not sharpshooters. You need to have the sharpshooter perk to use the sharps rifle. I'm just adding them in because they're available and they're good weapons. Yes, as of the last episode, they are transferring into 7th Corps. And I think that episode actually only ran like 2 days in game, so they're probably another 6 days away from reaching 7th Corps. And they're not going to see any action until spring when they move into Indian territory. If you're going to go for a trapdoor, I want to go for the 66 Springfield. If you're looking to go with like a military-specific weapon, you would actually have to go with, crap, I think it might, not the Drayson. Hold on a second, I gotta look this up. Because those weren't really used in the U.S. military. If you're looking for like a military rifle from that period, you really want to go with the 73. Or the 93 Mauser. I would stay away from anything else. Yeah, Jacob, to get the 73 or the Mauser. They're both trapdoors, and they were actually both used by the U.S. military. The 66 was developed but not actually adopted by the U.S. military. For the 42 JA, for the 4th Tennessee Vols, did they have the Springfields or the Harpers? They're basically both the same weapon, but made in different locations. Like, I have the Harper's Ferry because that's what the 69th used. And that's probably what the 4th Tennessee used after they took down Harper's Ferry. Carbines are workhorse, especially down here in Texas. Texas Rangers bought a bunch of them off the military. Yep, that makes sense. Jeremy, it is cliche, but I'm cliche too. I would love to get my hands on an original 1911. I would, that would make my lifetime having an original. I mean, I'm pretty much a goddamn walking cliche. I drink whiskey like it's water, and I'm a chain smoker. So I'm pretty much a walking cliche for the early fucking late 18th century, early 19th century. I would love an original 1911. The A1s I can do without. I would love an original 1911, not refurbed. So I would have it. I would have it as a collection piece, not to shoot it. I would just love to have one. As a Brit, I have no chance of owning one, but I'd love to have a Mark IV Teely. I would actually like to have one of those in my collection too. That is a very nice rifle. You're a dying breed, yeah. I've been called that before. I've been called that many a time. These guys are still sitting here. 900 casualties, 1,800 men left, and we're just ripping away at them. Yeah, you're right. But the 1917s went to the officers, and 1911s actually went to the line. So the officers preferred carrying the revolvers because they were more of a status symbol. The 1911 was seen as a workman's weapon. So the 4th was mustered in 63 is when they were mustered in. Really? And they were armed with old smoothbores, including both Harper's Ferry. Yep, they would have been given whatever there was available. And were issued 61 Springfields and 64. I have to ask, is there actually like a regimental history on the 4th Tennessee, like an official book, or is this just done through research? Same, just, yep. I literally just want one for display. Just say I actually did. Because they're a beautiful weapon. They're a lot of people consider them big and ugly. I think they're one of the most simplistic and most simplicity and beauty come together in that handgun. Quite honestly. Where's out of the core? What the hell are these guys doing? Get the hell down here. Alright. It's time to flip a coin again. Once again, because we're playing Southerners. Heads, we get it. That's the Louisiana Tiger patch. Or tails, the 69th patch. God damn it. Yeah, just drop the T out of there, Jeremy, and you have it correct. Rugers are a good rifle. Webley's actually a very good pistol. A little underrated, but it's a good pistol. The 50 cal gun from Jeremiah Johnson. Not sure. Trying to find a non-converted 1816 Springfield was one of the biggest pains. Yeah, I believe that. Because there's not, they were basically all converted, and there's no repro. I don't think I've ever seen a repro of an 1816, so they're basically all originals. No, we can still save this fight. It's right at the halfway point. But the way they're coming in right here, that doesn't make sense. Alright, does anybody here like me? Oh, Bowen likes me. I could take Bowen's division. Jones likes... Coleman, I'd have to put... But these two divisions like me. How much to take command of your division? 105 prestige. I'm taking it. Come here. Come here, boys. Allies are worse than the actual enemy, yeah. Served 70 years. I mean, yeah, I mean, there was no reason to replace it. It was actually a very, very good pistol. Still is a very good pistol. Do not buy the Italian kits. They are garbage. They are absolute garbage. Do not buy them. The Hawkins rifles, I do not know much about those at all. I do not know about them at all. Dad's friend an Artie Luger matching NR and the case stock that came with it. Story was left behind as an apology during the occupation. Probably wasn't left behind as an apology. It was probably just left behind by accident, to be honest with you. 105 sold. A Colt Walker. Tasty. Yeah, I would love to have one of those too. Dardic 1500. I've never heard of that. Never heard of that. Hold on, let me write that one down. Mexican reenactors is pretty easy since people... Yeah, the Brown Besties had a ton of those. They're very easy to get a hold of. And U.S. had surplus... Yeah, that makes sense. I would love to do one of the Mexican War reenactments. Or the Texian War reenactment. I would love to... one of those. There is a regimental history. Yeah, so like a lot of regiments from the war have official histories. Not all of them do, but a lot of them do. So it's called Forgotten Soldiers by Eddie Nikazi. Right. Something else to write down. Actually, that now you brought up since that subject's been brought up, something I've actually been thinking about doing since a lot of you guys say you like my voices. I've been thinking about doing finding a lot of the old regimental histories and doing an audio reading series on those books. So I don't know if any of you guys would be interested in something like that, taking a lot of those old histories, putting them into audio on YouTube or as a podcast. I don't know if any of you guys would be interested in that. Previous song got knocked on it. Oh. Honestly, Brummer, the Royal Armory is definitely on my bucket list. I've always wanted to visit it, but I've never actually made it to England itself. I've only ever been to Ireland, and that was for a wedding years ago. About 12, 13 years ago at this point. Forgotten Soldiers by Guy C. That's a good book. The Gross Social End, that's a good book. Yeah, so it's an idea I've been punting around in my head for the last few months, as I've gotten a lot of comments about my voice. So I was thinking about doing a series of all these. Like, they have to be by law. So I know there's people who do more modern books and they're skirting the law on that one, but by law, if the book's printed before as of this year. So it's I think the rule's 99 years or 100 years. It's got to be like 1924 or earlier, or 1925 and earlier. I can read the book and not get in trouble. So like official histories, especially if they're online or I can get my hands on that, I would absolutely do something like that. So the Dardic 1500 was a revolver that used a triangular card. Okay, shit. There was a rifle. There was actually a rifle issued during the Civil War that used that same type of round, and everybody hated it. Mostly because they couldn't get a hold of the ammunition, so they had to use whatever they could fit down the barrel. So everybody hated that weapon. There was actually a YouTube channel that covered it. I can't remember the name of the rifle, but it used like the same type. Getting us killed. What? This is new. This is new. Your reputation as overly reckless officer has taken hold of the men. They fear you will lead them to a certain pointless death in this battle. If information about casualties and units routing spreads, the men may lose heart earlier than they normally would, resulting in your side losing this battle, even if casualties are otherwise sustainable. And we've taken like no casualties. I got one brigade on the field. We've taken no casualties, basically. Yeah, so going back to what I was saying, yeah, so there was a rifle that uses that same cartridge. I don't remember the name of it. And the governor of the state that had their troops issued that weapon complained about it because they couldn't find ammunition that fit the rifle. And they were using whatever that would fit down the bore. So the weapons were not accurate. So when I was a kid, it was called 99 confirmed kills, but I changed it to 93 confirmed kills by Bio Hatchcock, the legend. Yep. Supposedly, Commander Lagland was not happy with his garrison, was behaving towards the end of the war. The older trained soldiers were getting replaced with younger fanaticals that were starting to terrorize the locals. As many were SS, he was powerless. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, late in the war, a lot of the garrison troops were replaced by SS soldiers. So when you think about the standards against the SS, how they had so many of them is still beyond me, because their standards were high, but they really had to drop them to get the amount that they had. It wasn't forgotten weapons, Jacob. It was they were actually. It was not Forgotten Weapons. I would have said Forgotten Weapons if that was him, because that's a good channel. God, I can't remember the name of the channel off my head. And they did shoot the weapon with the cartridge it's supposed to have, which was actually it was a good cartridge. It was actually a good cartridge, but then they shot it with the load they were using because the actual cartridge wasn't available. And it was a complete garbage weapon because they were just finding anything that could fit into the barrel is what they were using. And it was a live fire demonstration. It was not Forgotten Weapons. Flag bearer is not trying to get you killed for the men. The flag bearer has not been brought up. He has not been brought up. This just has to do with my commander being reckless. Flights making Lorenz rifles. Some better. Yep, that's true. Where'd this other corps go? This is a division I bought. You guys coming in right on the edge of the swamp here. What sort of Gibbs carbine? More used to in the New York draft rights in the actual Civil War. I believe I've never heard of the Gibbs carbine. Was that made in New York? Because that sounds like it would have been. If it was used during the draft rights, it sounds like it would have been a state order and not a federal order. And a lot of the units during the draft riot were state militia units. Because most of the militia units from New York were no longer in use in the field outside of the 14th Brooklyn. There weren't many militia units still serving. Even the 69th was actually a militia unit, and there was actually, and I've talked about this before, the history of the 69th gets weird, as there were 3 regiments with that number from New York. And you had the 69th New York Volunteers, which made up the Irish Brigade. But you had the 69th Militia, which fought at First Bull Run, which is a totally separate unit. Cochran was in command of the 69th Militia. Marr, who was commander of the Irish Brigade, was commander of Company K of the 69th Militia. After Bull Run, Cochran was captured. The militia went back to New York. Cochran formed the 69th Volunteer Infantry along with the rest of the Irish Brigade. The thing is, only 75 men, I think it was 75 men from the 69th Militia, went to the 69th Volunteers, and that was all the men from Company K who followed Marr to the new unit. Later on, after Cochran was released from prison camp, he formed the Irish Legion, which had the 69th New York National Guard Artillery, but was renumbered the 182nd Infantry during the war. So there were actually 3 69th New Yorks during the war. It gets really weird. Grumpy, the Dardic was made between 58 and 62. That makes sense. Paper cartridges, yes. Southern Union regiments are a bit harder to find actual source for than most, but they make pretty unique impression. Yes, I do agree with that. I'm paying too much attention to chat and not what the hell's going on the battlefield. Oh, are we behind these guys? Stop chasing them. Turn and face. Turn and face. Paying too much attention to the chat right now. The factory was in New York City and defended by the NYPD, and the mob burned down I did not. This is something I don't know. Okay, I gotta look into this. I thought I knew quite a fair bit about the draft riots. This is something I'm going to have to look into. So, actually, now that you brought that up, if you've been to New York City, you've seen the National Guard armories that have those castle buildings. If you look at those buildings, they look like castles, and that's actually for a good reason. The inside of the beautiful buildings are beautiful, but the buildings were actually made defensible. Like, if you go to the 69th Armory, and I do tours of the building, though it's closed to the public right now because of lead and asbestos abatement, where you see the turrets on the outside of the building, those actually have their own rooms, and they actually have firing steps to those windows. Because they designed those buildings after the draft riots, and they were designed to be defended against rioters. So those turrets on the edge of the buildings, on the corner of the building, have firing steps so guys can stand at the windows and shoot down the street. And they were designed specifically because of the draft riots. How much of the riot is true from the movie Gangs in New York? About 5% of it. The Navy firing into the city never happened. About the only true part they show was, if you actually watch, like, when the Union troops come in, you see the Irish flag at the lead. That's the 69th New York militia firing into the Irish. And that's one of the reasons the 69th militia was disbanded. Like, those guys, like, the unit self-disbanded after that. It's like, these guys were done after that one. They couldn't take it. It was like, we're done. We fired our own people. We're out of here. Which is basically why the 69th Volunteers became the 69th National Guard as you know it today. I don't know if they were related or not. I do not know. Cochrane was one of the young Republicans of Ireland, along with Marr. So I don't know if Thomas Cochrane from the Royal Navy is any relation. They might be. You know how the Irish were when it comes to. I mean, when you look at Ireland and the UK, that's kind of been a civil war that's been ongoing for 500 years or more. So Lord knows. Favorite unit is the 58th New York Infantry under Vladimir Krasnovsky. Did I pronounce that correctly? Okay, the division I ordered up is here. Let's get you guys in the single line and get you in on the flank. Thomas Cochrane was a Scot, okay. We're still showing a minor defeat. Fuck it. We're not waiting for you guys to move into single line. Let's get you guys into action. Move against this brigade. You move against this brigade. And it looks like 30-pounder parrots, and they're firing away. Let's go for it. Yeah, no trolls this chat. Thank the Lord, unlike last time. All right, we can't wait for these guys to move. We got to move them ourselves. Oh, don't tell me most of our core is broken. Most of our core is broken. Outside of my brigade. And nobody's firing at us right. We're at 431 casualties. Oh. And no stream. Well, no one's. Yeah, I'm hoping Streamlabs is fixed, but no, it doesn't look like anybody's been sending out a bunch of caps during their messages, so. I think we're still. I might be able to pull us out of this. I don't know. Maybe not. That is a lot of Union troops. None of these guys are at long range. Why the hell did you stop back there? Get the hell moving. And these guys have mixed muskets. Are you kidding me? Fuck it. Charge. Let's go. Mixed muskets. You guys got to charge. Oh, we're out of that brigade. Very good. We're still firing into the backs of these boys. So apparently the Gibbs was made at the Phoenix Armory in New York City. Only 500 made it to the troops in the 10th Missouri and the 13th and 16th New York. Yep. Makes sense. I might be walking funny if I pull the one out of my backside. That's true. Where the hell are you going? Get the hell up here. Fight's over this way, boys. How you doing? Get in there before you break. Okay, you guys come out here to some clear ground. I pronounced it better than you could. Okay. I still don't think I pronounced it correctly. But a lot of Polish units don't get talked about too much, and I think it has a lot to do with pronunciation. Is why they kind of get left behind. It actually really does have to do with pronunciation. Nobody knows how to say their names. Might throw your back out carrying polk this far. Time for a refill on the last of this bottle. Yeah, 3 fingers instead of 2, but who's counting? I sure as hell ain't. 2,000 casualties, 700 men left, and here are hanging in like fucking chads. Look at that shit. Come on. Feel sorry for the sergeant major who's carrying Grumpy Grandpa and Polk. 58th has a nice monument at Gettysburg. Okay, I'm going to have to look for that next time I'm there. Let me write that one down. I'm going to be out there again in the next 2 months or so. I'm in Gettysburg at least 6-7 times a year. There's always something going on there I'm a part of. No, we're losing this fight. Damn it. Not exactly close. I'm a 4-hour drive away, but I'm there all the time because of my reenactment stuff. That and this nearest Sutler's available. Yeah, everybody's fallen back off the field except for my brigade and the guys I took command of, and they're getting surrounded now. Ugh. Never been to the Mansfield battlefield, and kind of out of my range. Bee Ridge is a battlefield I do want to visit. Riley, glad you could make it back. Thought you were at a family event. And we are defeated. At least it wasn't my fault. Alright, let's get my Cherokee rifles out of here. At the double if we could. Born on the field of the 1460 Battle of Wakefield. Seriously, maternity hospital yards from the Duke of York's monument. I mean, when you think about England and Scotland and Ireland, I mean, you can't take 2 or 3 steps without hitting a battlefield of some type or another. The entire country was fought over throughout history. Universal, how was that? Had a couple of staff rides at Gettysburg. Never done a staff ride at Gettysburg. I've tried to put a few together, but they've always fallen through at the last minute. Especially when my regiment being, having fought, my National Guard being the 69th, I've always tried to put together battlefield walks or staff rides, but they always fall through at the last minute. Benjamin Cullen named one of the twin sister cannons at the Battle of San Jacinto. Hometown has 2 castles, one either side of the... Well, that means at one time your town was separated by the river and it was 2 separate towns with 2 different lords. That's really what that means. Really, it was crowded. This time of year? No, I do not know anything about the 15th Wisconsin, but it makes sense about it being a Scandinavian unit because there are a lot of Scandinavians that settle in Wisconsin. 432 casualties, that's not too bad. Too bad we didn't get up to the 2nd star sharpshooter. We're almost there, like a little bit more. Sandals, one of the last castles surrendered in the English Civil War. That's quite alright. A few beers and making typos ain't a bad thing. Especially when it's all in good fun. If there's any consolation, like one of the best... Well, they drove Polk off the field. I only had one brigade from my division on the field. So, hopefully Polk finally gets defamed and I can take command of the division, of the Corps. That's probably hoping for too much. Holidays for Orlando and Disney Race Weekend. Really? I've never heard of that. So we lost 6,036 of our 26,305 infantry. Only one of our 560 cavalry, so we had a regiment on the field. 19 of our 47 guns. Total loss of 6,401 of our 27,819 men. Federals lost 4,800 of their 38,000 infantry, 45 of their 2,300 cavalry, 25 of their 80 guns. Total loss of 5,000 of their 42,000 men. And we only gained 217 prestige from this battle, but 192 inflicted from just Stand Wadi alone. This is one of those battles where if I was in complete command, we could have won this. And I hate to say that. We could have locked them down with the one corps and slammed the other corps into their flank. Even with the reduced numbers, this was a very, very winnable battle. This just pisses me off looking at these numbers. Let's see how Wadi did. How many scalps did you bring us, Wadi? Even though we didn't do any charges. $1,304 casualties inflicted, plus up to 1,308 because we hit some command staff. Good job, Wadi. Good job, boys. You definitely earned your whiskey rations on this one. Let's get closed out of here. Well, I'm hoping he finally takes the blame on this. But if I take the blame for this, I'm going to be pissed off. You guys see the video about the Marines doing a mock battle at Gettysburg to prevent budget cuts in the 1920s. One of the observers was here. So one of the observers was Yamamoto? Really? And actually, that 1920s, believe it or not, the Gettysburg battlefield was used because you have to remember, before the Parks Department took it over, all the battlefields were owned by the Army. They were owned by the War Department. And going up through World War II, all of the battlefields, especially during World War I, Shiloh, Gettysburg, all the big battlefields were actually used as training camps. So they don't talk about it much when you visit the battlefields because they talk about the battles themselves, but all the major battlefields in the US were owned by the War Department. And when they needed land for training camps, well, we got thousands of acres of battlefields, so they set up the training camps on the battlefields themselves. So, like Shiloh, Gettysburg. Gettysburg was used up into the early 1950s as a tank training area, to be honest with you. Farmers make the best soldiers. Used to working hard all day in the worst weather. Yep. Okay, General Chatham lost face on this battle, so General Chatham took the blame. Was he the other corps commander? And Polk is wounded. Oh, do I get the corps? Please tell me I get the corps. Please tell me I get the corps. Oh, yep, we gotta promote Wad. We gotta wait for this battle to roll off first. Did my best with what we had, but we lost a battle and are retreating. Yeah, I literally did the best I could, so that matches. One pilot died during a mock battle after crashing into a road. That makes, yep. There was a B-1B crash yesterday. I did not hear about that. Figured that would have made national news. I didn't see anything about that. I followed the news very closely. I did not see anything about a B-1B crash. Okay, the crew managed to eject. Okay. Well, he was never actually in front of my men, amazingly enough. Maybe they finally decided to try and commit suicide. Hopefully YouTube doesn't catch that word. But maybe he tried finally taking himself out of command. Yeah, but Chatham shouldn't take the blame for that one. Battle's still rolling off. Video by Redoubt Productions. Cold when the Marines invaded Gettysburg. Okay, I'm going to write that one down. But that would be one of the smaller tidbits in history. As I said, Gettysburg was used as a training ground up through World War II. There's actually an armory on the battlefield itself. Or National Guard armories on the battlefield itself. I don't know which units, if it's even used anymore, but there is one there. Failed landing after a training mission to really say what went wrong, but the explosions were spectacular. I'm going to have to look it up. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on my news feed. I'm a little surprised by that. Senior most division commander with the best combat record. Yeah, they're not giving you command of the corps. I am highly doubtful. I don't have enough prestige even to request it. Grumpy ordered the best shot to target Slowpoke. Even in real life, as much as I hate Commander, that's not something I would ever do personally. I'll say yes, sir, and do the job to the best of my abilities, and screw you. Command offered. As a former commander of Polk's Corps Army, Missouri, General Polk was reported wounded in action in a recent engagement. You've been offered command of his unit. Yes, please, I accept. It is now the Grunt Paws Corps. I've been promoted to Lieutenant General. So I jumped the whole rank. They skipped me from Major General to Lieutenant General. They jumped me a whole rank. Well, if the F-35 is anything like, I hate to say it, the C-17s, you don't hear them coming. You only hear them once they're gone past. So it doesn't matter how loud they are if you can't hear them coming. Like the C-17 is a very loud bird, but when she's flying at you, you don't hear her. You don't hear her until she's almost a mile past you. Yeah, but the A-10s, I love the A-10s, but their day is finally over, I do believe. Their day is finally over. I hate to say it, and I love them to death. Used them heavily in Afghanistan. But I think their day is finally over. Because they're no longer making parts for those things. The aircraft manufacturers don't want to make the parts. Cool piece of minor history because Smedley Butler was trying to keep the Marine Corps from being disbanded. The grand scheme of things and what happened in Gettysburg, small, but no, that's true. But like I said, there was actually a lot that happened at Gettysburg outside of the Battle of Gettysburg. I mean, the area was used for mock battles. That's why the Marines did a mock battle there. It was used regularly by the Army for mock battles. They did mock tank battles there. So, I mean, it's a small piece of history, but it's an interesting piece of history, and it goes in with the overall military history of America. It's a part that nobody talks about, especially in the 1920s. Nobody really talks about that. Happened on Thursday. Okay. Yep, First Order promotes Standawadi. That is correct. Almost forgot. There we go. And he lost a star because of that. I should have looked. But, I mean, look at those stats. Level 4 on fame, level 3 initiative, level 3 across the board. So he just lost a star in everything, but he still makes him an excellent commander. It's going to keep him liking us. Gardner's already a brigadier. Okay, so our battery commander became famous in the last battle, but he wasn't even there. He's in Tennessee recruiting more men. How the hell did he become famous? That makes no sense. And when did Demorse... Oh. The commander quit. That's right. This was the commander. He quit. That's right. So where are you from? You're from Texas. You're not commanding one of my Tennessee brigades. You're from Texas. You are going away. Tillman. Job's yours, because I'm not having a Texan commanding Tennesseans. Well, the prop planes actually never went away. They're still very heavily used outside of major battlefields. They're very heavily used in Africa, actually. They've never stopped making prop cast planes. They've always been in production, just not in large orders. Yeah, the Air Force wants to do away with the A-10s because they're not a sexy, high-speed plane. The Army wants to keep them. The Army likes things that work, and the A-10 works. Yeah, they are almost out of boneyard spare parts. I mean, but the parts are not hard to manufacture. They're easy to manufacture and all the modern stuff. Just the manufacturers don't want to sell them because they're not expensive. They can produce them cheap and they make no money out of it. Actually, the Harriers have been replaced by the F-35, so they're gone. I think outside. I don't even know if we still use them in the American military. I know the British still use them, but they're on their way out. Well, hopefully the Army keeps up its promise, and if the Air Force gets rid of the A-10, we'll just adopt them, because the Army is actually allowed to have its own air wing. And that's what kept them from getting rid of it for so long. The Army just said, okay, you don't want to have A-10s anymore? We'll take them over. Can't have a resident knockoff Tennessee command in the real deal. U.S. Marine Corps bought all the Royal Navy and RAF Harriers. That says something. Marine Corps does not want to give them up. Texas is a lot of things if nobody would call it a knockoff Tennessee, nor would any self-respecting Texian want to be associated with Tennessee. We're actually moving away from that fight. Can I get us up to this supply depot? We're still retreating. Need to get us around to that supply depot. There's a corps there. 14,000 men. Oh, we can fight that. Our readiness is not high. But it is our state. We control the territory. No Harrier ever lost an air-to-air, only ground fire. Well, the Harriers are popular among the Marines because they don't need an airfield. You could just land them wherever, like helicopters. I mean, they're perfect for the Marine Corps. Hell, they're even perfect for the Army, more so than the A-10, because you can land them wherever the hell you want. They're like C-130s. As long as the terrain ain't too messed up to screw with their engines, you can land them. I mean, the C-130s are even older than those things, and then the A-10s, and you're not looking to get rid of those. Marines love Harriers because of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh, crap. What movie was that? What movie was that? I know exactly which movie you're talking about. Ah, I can't remember the name of it. VTOL up to 11 weapons pylons. Yeah, but the A-10 can carry double its recommended weight. True Lies, that's it. That was such a good movie. I saw it. Carriers are good at cast nut. Harriers are good at cast nut. That's alright. No one would have blamed you on the mistypo. You did it again, Howard. We're down the red. We got a halt. Yeah, let our readiness get back up. A-10 can't land in a forest clearing, but it can land wherever a C-130 can land. You did not type anything that was foul language. What the hell, Streamlabs? I'm really starting to get pissed off at Streamlabs. They got a book called Harrier 809 about the Falklands. And actually, that was the most extensive use of Harriers was in the Falklands campaign, if I remember correctly. Titans a tabletop. I was in the Navy on USS Bataan. Is Bataan even still in action anymore? Is she still in use? I haven't heard that name in a while. Streamlabs is a Quaker. Yeah, but I turned off the foul language filter, but it's still showing up. I don't know why. We haven't seen Streamlabs pop up this entire stream, and it's just reared its ugly head. It's the winter and we're out in the woods. We are not in a good position. We gotta wait until we're at least orange to yellow before I move us against Dyersburg. Because we gotta come through the woods. Let's move this down to ×5. Things are going a little too fast on the map. Served 02 to 03. I got what you meant, Titan. Yeah, I just haven't heard the name of that ship in a while, so I didn't even know if she was still in service or not. Spawn in the fort in the Red Sea. Okay. Isn't the fort on its way home right now, or is that the other ship? Because there were 2 battle groups out there. I think one's on the way home. They probably are. I just don't have the prestige to spend on it right now. Actually, I need to take a look at... Yeah, I think they're actually on the way home right now. Okay, so this brigade has sharps. That's good to know. Another Tennessee brigade. They're down to 966 men. Let's send them home. My division will be back in 16 days. These guys are gone for 99. These guys will be back in 37. Can I upgrade you guys? How much would that cost? $181 prestige for Sharps rifles for 2,857 men. Yes, please. Bowles Regiment. They have Sharps carbines. But I'm going to take you out of this division because that's a cavalry regiment. I'm going to put you under my command directly. Chatham's got 359 men, 1,000 disabled. Another Tennessee brigade. So we'll send you home. Gibson's brigade. Tennessee, 319 men, 470. So that brigade will be under regiment strength, so let's send them home. Lane's Battery, Arkansas, 17 men, 12-pound Whitworths. And nobody available from Arkansas. Like the Griffin need to be able to land on main roads is vital for a small country like Denmark, where we only have 2 military bases. Actually, all the U.S. Outside the modern planes, everything from the F-16 and back is designed to land on highways. So that was something that actually the U.S. military took into account on a lot of its planes. Especially because all of our weapons are basically designed around fighting Russia and Europe. So Everything was designed around that. Forge just started back and the Reagan got back last week. So the Forge on its way home. I know there's another fleet replacing it, but they got to send another one out because you need 2 fleets in the area right now. Remember, sold? Exactly. Your division is an island of success and receiving competence. Well, hopefully we can turn our core into an island of success. More carriers in theater now since Desert Storm. Not exactly, no. We only got 1 main carrier in theater with supporting carriers. The QE is on its way. Okay. We got 2 brigades in these forces. See if we can recruit anybody to add in. Deserters, 141,294 deserters from Alabama. What in the absolute hell is going on in Alabama? So all the troops that were available last month are no longer available. And I'm not recruiting drafts. Maryland has 13,000. Once again, Maryland. They have volunteers. No, the F-35 can. The F-35 can. Once again, we have volunteers from Maryland, but I don't want to recruit them because these things, Maryland troops will take forever to get to me. But look at these deserter numbers. 141,000 deserters from Alabama. 133,000 from Georgia. 31,000 out of Arkansas. 7,000 from Florida. 22,000 from the Indian Territories. 52,000 from Louisiana. What's with all the deserters? There are 842,000 deserters. What in the absolute? Well, we'll leave my core in place for now. We're down. I sent everybody home, so we're down to 3,000 men. So I gotta wait for everybody to come back before we do anything. I can make 8 armies from the deserters. Armies at this time period didn't exceed 100,000 men, really, because you couldn't afford to feed more than that. I could make 8 armies from that. Well, we've had a few victories. We were actually more heavily losing at the start of the stream. At like 5:30, we were talking about ending the stream and starting over again. It's now 8 p.m. and looks like it's starting to slide back in their direction. I can't do anything until I get my soldiers back. If I stay to fight a hopeless cause, you join my corps. The fucking fight's not hopeless, that's why. In my corps, we win. Even before it was my corps, we won because my division fought. Can't blame the Louisianans. I'd rather be in New Orleans than fighting a war. I'd like to be in New Orleans during Mardi Gras the rest of the year. You can keep those swamps. Those deserter numbers are insanity. How long until I get at least a division back? 12 days on my division. 38. 124 days? For West Virginians? 143. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I mean, when they come back, I'm basically at full strength, but dear Lord. So I gotta wait about a month to fight in my corps. A little over a month. Actually, I have no idea who's in the Super Bowl this year. I don't follow I don't follow the NFL. To be honest with you. I prefer college. Mardi Gras is the worst time of year in New Orleans. Way too many drunk tourists. NOLA in the spring is beautiful. Oh, I have to check that out. It's actually kind of funny. A few years ago, a bunch of my boys went down to Mardi Gras, and everybody wondered why I wasn't there. And it's like, well, nobody told me you guys were going, because everybody had assumed that someone else had told me, and no one had told me. So all my boys ended up there, wondering where the fuck I was, with nobody realizing nobody had told me. Well, when's the last time the 49ers won a Super Bowl? I know they've gone in the last 30 years, haven't they? I don't remember the last time they've been to a Super Bowl. We got a core coming at us before I have anybody back. They're coming this way. Can I sneak up to the supply depot? It was in the 90s. Started watching the Niners back in Montana and Rice days. So it was the 90s the last time. I thought I might have been mistaken. Can I... How the hell are we involved in siege combat? Against Army headquarters. Assault. No, they got nobody there. They have nobody on the field. I think this might be a glitch, but we'll see. They got nobody on the field. It's an Army headquarters. $95, that's it. Thank you. You're from Philly, so you got to go with the Eagles. Yep. I know a lot of people who are Eagles fans, which amazes me sometimes. Eagles in England are a London team called Crystal Palace. Wait, their name is Crystal Palace? We got ourselves in a battle. What are we facing? Enemy is retreating. Battle's already over. Yeah, it was just the Army headquarters. So that got us out of that siege. Oh, someone lost a bearskin? Oh, hell no. Oh. Those are not easily replaced. I mean, the bearskins are passed down from soldier to soldier. I mean, you can get a replacement, but damn. I feel, how the hell do you lose that? Yeah, so the bearskin hats are some of those bearskins in the guard units are hundreds of years old. They're passed down from soldier to soldier. They get replaced every once in a while, but they you can replace them, but they are expensive as hell to make. Because they do make them for reenactors, so you can get an equivalent replacement. They are just not cheap. All right, we captured that supply depot. Good. I doubt he lost it. Well, you can actually get a real bearskin. Even within the reenactment circles, is just getting it converted over to whichever specific country you're from, getting the dimensions correct. Yeah, so with the bearskin hats, actually, believe it or not, bearskin, the hair keeps growing. You actually have to shave those things every few years to keep them looking good, because the skin doesn't stop, the hair doesn't stop growing. Which makes you wonder why we don't replace all the bald men's hair with bear hair, because even after they're dead, things don't stop growing. You can replace them with a real one, which is very expensive. And the problem is having it made to the dimensions that your unit uses specifically. Because you can get a real bearskin easily enough. Even here in America, you can get one easily enough for like from $2 to $5 grand, depending on the condition. It's having it changed to the parameters you need it for. And you don't just lose a goddamn bearskin. Someone took it or he sold it. The longer your beard grows, it sucks your hair through. Yeah, I get my hair and beard done every 2 weeks. Well, my beard once a month, my hair every 2 weeks. So I still keep a high and tight with a nice long salt and pepper beard. Looks pretty damn good. It was either stolen or he sold it, because that's worth a lot of money. A real one on the market? Yeah. I guarantee you he sold it. That or he left it on top of his bureau, someone took it and sold it. Oh, we just got ourselves into a fight. Where? 3rd Corps Army of Ohio. Once again under John Cook. Who's in contact? That's 2nd Corps. Where the hell are they? Who's in contact? First Corps Army of Indiana. Oh, we're being drugged all the way down there? Well, I've got less than 4,000 men in my corps right now because I sent everybody home for the winter. What the? Went from Captain Caveman to my missus and youngest not recognizing me. We got him by 3-1 if we have everybody in the field. I've got less than 4,000 men because I sent everybody home to suck up what recruits we can get. So half my men are Wadi's command. I mean, once everybody's on the field, we're going to have 71,000 men to their 24. Sung is punished by a huge fine in jail, so we'll see what happens. Our munitions are also passed down. It's tradition to scratch it up so It's tradition to scratch it up so they have to spend time polishing it? Really? That's messed up. I'll be honest, that's messed up. I mean, it's pain in the ass polishing up stuff that's not scratched. All right, we're up here. They are here across the river. So we're going to come down. Yeah, I literally have a division on the field. Not even that. Yes, I gave Stan this promotion. Yeah, he lost a star and everything, but he's still 3 stars across the board and 4 stars in fame. So he didn't lose much. I'm still boggling my head over the bearskin being lost. That just amazes the hell out of me. You don't just lose one of those things. They're huge. That and the fact you guys purposely scratch them so everybody else has to polish them behind them. That's just, ugh. Believe it or not, I still have my old jump boots from when I was my dress uniform jump boots, and with the old leather soles. The new ones actually have rubber soles. I have the old leather sole jump boots, and I keep those things to a high shine, even though I don't use them anymore. I can't imagine perfectly scuffing those things up before I hand them off to somebody else. I just can't imagine doing it. I have a feeling he left it unsecured and someone took the option of getting rid of it on the black market because they are worth a lot of money, especially lifeguards. A lifeguard's bearskin, that's going to sell for a lot of money. Those bearskins are worth more than your rifles are. Because you have to look at the history. Monetarily, they're more than your rifles are, and historical, even without monetization, when you look at the history of those bearskins, each one of those bearskins has been used for at least 100 years or more. That there is no monetary value on that. You place a monetary value on replacing it because you can replace it. You can make a new one. And it's easy enough to know how to source the materials and have someone who knows how to make it because there are actually people here in America who can make those from real bearskin. You can't replace the history of that particular cover. I'm doing all right. How you doing, Minnesota? Not recognizing the name. I guess you're new to one of the streams. Name's Minnesota Cold. How cold is it there right now? I can only imagine. Actually, oh, yeah. I just looked outside. I haven't looked out the window in a while. We just went over to that damn freezing rain that you guys had outside of Allentown. No, we're not going to take meat shield duty on this one. Like I said, my corps is not here. We've only got 3 of our brigades on the field. I might try to do something, but I'm not sure. Figured as much, Minnesota. We had some snow earlier today. It was very pleasant to look out the window next to my computer and look at it fall past the Christmas lights. But now it's actually we got that freezing rain they had a few hours ago outside of Allentown. It's finally made it my way. Okay, so I guess I don't think I've ever seen you comment before. Your name stands out. My apologies. I have not Googled what they look like. I was actually going to wait till after the stream, but because if I go off camera, like see here, the map's spinning, gives you guys vertigo. As soon as I go off screen to go look at something. Actually, what the hell am I doing? I can look at it on my phone. And they withdrew. All right. Anyone ever play Sharp Practice? I've heard of it. I've never played it. I was into tabletop a very long time ago, but there's no tabletop players in my area that I know of, so I just haven't done it in a long time. Usually just watch it, don't talk much. Well, join in the conversations. They are fun. And you join the conversations while you wait for your layers to dry off before you add another one on. Oh wow, you guys do not trim those bear skins at all. I just googled some images. You guys barely trim those things. What do? Trim them every 10 years? Now, I'm trying to recall correctly, but Sharp Practice was the skirmishing version of the game, wasn't it? Marshall, we didn't even make it all the way to Memphis. We're still outside of, what town is this? Dyersburg. Alright, that's good to know. I'm not down Philly too much. It's actually not that far of a drive for me, but even to play tabletop games, it's a bit of a trip. Especially talking about days of the week and travel time. It gets a little, like, I'm up in New York City, so sometimes just trying to get down to Philly, you're talking almost 2 hours sometimes. So I'll try. If you guys play on Saturdays, I might try to join you. You shave just enough to see the symbols. Yep. That's what it looks like. Yeah, and you could still barely see the damn things. You guys barely keep them together. I'll be honest, I'm not very happy with 40K anymore. So I played 40K years ago. I actually came in, I started playing it during version 3 of the game. And I just think there's been so many changes since I started playing, and there's such a big gap between me playing originally and now that I have no interest in trying to get back into it. I love the new models. I like a lot of the lore, but I think there's been so many changes from when I originally played to way it's done now that I wouldn't be happy with it. Side driving long distance anywhere, let the train. Now I gotta drive. I love taking a long train ride. But you really can't do that here in the States. But then again, taking a train here in New York City, even the subways, because you gotta do connections, there's no straight through path to anywhere. if I want to go from one end to the city to the other, you're talking about 4 hours. I can drive that in an hour or so. Especially if I go out of the city, go out and around through Jersey and come back into the city, it's a lot faster. Try to cut straight through the city. It's like I live on Staten Island, so it's a 40-minute train ride from where I live to the subway, to the ferry. 30 minutes across on the ferry. And then from the ferry in Manhattan, if I want to go Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx, you're talking another hour plus on the subway when I can just drive my car out. Drive into New Jersey, a whole nother state, and drive around the outside of the city and get to where I need to go in an hour. Maybe 2, instead of 3.5 to 4. Usually weekends, Sundays and Saturdays. Okay, send me the name. Give me the name of your shop. I'll definitely try to stop by. I definitely want to check that out. Especially on a Sunday. Saturdays, I'm doing the live stream, so traveling is out of the question on Saturdays. But Sundays, I'm up for. These new Johnny Rabbit tabletop miniatures. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem with been on overnight shift. When you have a wargaming community, especially tabletop, it's hard to get everybody together. That's always been the big issue with the game. It's called a 40K shop, but they do all table. Yep. Actually, the shop I played at when I first got into everything, it was a comic book shop, but everybody knew it as the 40K shop. So I understand that one. It was actually a comic book shop, but it turned into the 40K shop is basically what happened. Risk is still popular and guys play for money. I can see why Risk is still popular. It's a very good game. I love that game. I played many, many hours of it while deployed. But playing it for money, I don't think so. Well, Aris, I agree with you. That's actually a personal preference thing. I like European, like when you look at like American paratroopers and the way we wear our berets. Like we have a very specific style to our berets that Europeans don't like, but we love. So it really comes down to personal perspective on things and regional preferences. Like when you look at European militaries and berets, it kind of all work the same way. And then American paratroopers have this like we shave our berets down to almost nothing and we pull them down and like the right hand side's almost an eye patch, which is the look we prefer. So it really comes down to it's a cultural thing is really what it comes down to. No shop, just you have an 8x6 table? Damn. That's big. Price of fuel and you okay? It's way cheaper to take the train ride than go 100 miles. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, because you guys pay by... you know, it's funny here in America, everybody goes, oh, Europeans are cheaper. But it's like, yeah, no, actually, they pay by the liter, not by the gallons. So you guys are actually double the cost. Was it 2.5 liters to the gallon? And you're paying for the liter what we pay a gallon. So, yeah. Actually, I got into Magic the Gathering when it was still version 2 long ago, and it was actually a Magic the Gathering shop. It wasn't a Magic the Gathering shop. It wasn't an official shop, but it was a store that opened from it. And that's how I got into that game for a very long time. I mean, I got miniatures and cards. I need to go through all that stuff and see how much money I can earn. Because I got at my mom's house up in the attic, I have miniatures from original Warhammer, Fantasy, and 40K. I got binders of cards from version 2 of Magic the Gathering. So I got to go through all that stuff and see how much money I can get from it. Tabletop seems big until the enemy shooting across the table with rifled muskets. Yep. That's still a big tabletop for a home game. That's a huge tabletop for home. That's a huge tabletop even for a shop. 200 miles of electric cost you 30 pounds in fuel. Yep. See, like, I don't like to toot horns or anything, but like, I have an F-250 with a diesel engine. It's a 21-year model. I can go 1,000 miles on, I think it cost me about $80 to fill it up, and I live in New York City. And I get 1,000 miles out of $80. Yeah, but so the train network in England's a lot better than it is here in America. I'll be honest with you. It's a lot better. Because England's not as big. You gotta remember, the train network in England is smaller. When you talk about length and number of trains, the entire train network of England is smaller than New York City's. Yeah, back in ninth. Yep, that's about actually where I started playing. Danes do that too. Some of our cut soldiers are called guard hussars. They flip theirs down because tradition is that the emblem has to be seen from the ground, but are usually small. Yeah, so yeah, if you look at like, if I actually had a camera, I'd put my old beret on right now. So the crest would be over my left eye and at a 45 to the ground, while the right hand side of the beret would actually be covering half of my right eye. And it's an American paratrooper thing. Yeah, most of my cards are second edition. I don't have any first editions. Some for $1,000. Nice. Yeah, I need to go into my mom's attic and find all my old cards and miniatures and see how much money I can get for those things. That's a good idea, Howard. Doing a diorama and getting your grandson involved, that's a great idea. That is an awesome idea. Yeah, you can only do it, like, I don't know if you guys shave your berets or not. So, like, all that extra fuzz or whatnot that's on the berets, in America, we actually shave that off. We take, at least in the paratroopers, yes, the Rangers, the Special Forces, we shave all that stuff off and then we stretch. Like, we wear the berets in the shower to fit them to our head, and we form the berets with hot water while it's on our head. And it gives us the shape that you see with American paratroopers. When you see that weird shape on American paratroopers, that's all because we wear them in the shower to form them to our heads, specifically to our heads. I'm not selling anything on Pawn Stars. I think those guys are ripoffs. They don't need a good boiling. You just gotta wear them while you're in the shower. So while you're in the shower, it's getting wet while it's on your head, and then you let it, when you get out of the shower, you leave it on your head while it's drying for 2 or 3 hours, and it forms perfectly to your head. And if it shrinks up a little bit, you just keep stretching it a little bit. That's how I formed all my berets. Actually, now we're talking about it, I got one of my old 80... I haven't worn this beret. So, I got in my hand my 3rd Battalion, 504th Infantry Beret, which the unit doesn't even exist anymore. I formed this beret. Holy shit. So I formed this beret on my head back in 2001. Let's see how this... It's actually like the top... I pulled it off my shelf. It's pretty fucking dusty. It's pretty damn dusty. Let's see how this fits. Actually, the shape is still good. It's not... It shrunk up a little bit. So I'm not getting the eye patch I used to have. But it's actually not that bad. If I actually had a camera and you were looking at it, it would look just like you would see an American paratrooper. Just... The right-hand side's not stretched out as much as it used to be. But also I have a lot more hair on my head right now. I haven't had a haircut in 2 weeks. I usually do it every 2 weeks, and I didn't do it this weekend. So, I just have to wear this into the shower and stretch it a little more and be back in the right shape. And that beret's... Fuck, That's... Shit. That thing's 21 years old, 22 years old, and it still fits almost exactly. I just gotta take it into the shower and stretch it out a little bit and be back in the right shape. Actually, your emblems are not smaller. What we do in America is we actually have a patch behind the emblems. And it's actually a thing that... It was a little controversial years ago. So, like, when the American Army switched over to black berets and everybody got berets, they gave everybody this patch to go behind the emblems that had the 13 stars, the original 13 colonies, which was complete bullshit. So the crests and the patches on the American paratrooper berets are English heraldic symbols that were gifted to the units, which is why the American paratroopers have that stuff. So they're actually gifted by the English military, the heraldic symbols from the British military, which is why we have our own heraldic symbols. The rest of the U.S. military got pissed off because why do paratroopers have that and we don't? It's like, well, we were given that by England. The U.S. military just can't make stuff like that. So all of our unit crests, the patches behind them, that's all gifted to us by England. Otherwise, without those patches on our berets, it would look like anybody else's berets. And actually, our crest would actually be smaller than most European units' crests. A lot smaller, by about half the size. Cap is almost as old as my almost lad. Yep. Yeah, I see them coming. They're nowhere near us yet. We're still close to losing this war, but we haven't lost it yet. I'm just waiting for my troops to come back. I'll be honest, I've been having so much fun with this conversation, I've not been paying attention to the map at all. So my division's back, but we're still talking... These two brigades are still gone over 100 days. So we're still talking about a month until I have most of my unit back. But we're in winter quarters, so I really don't want to move around. But you're talking mid-December, we'll be able to go out and fight again. When Polk's no longer in command. I'm in command now. Yeah, I remember he was wounded and they gave me his corps. But this has been a very good conversation. This is one of the best conversations we've had in chat. We always have a lot of fun in chat, but this is one of the best ones. I love it. And it all started because of a conversation about a hat. What is second corps looking like here? 20,000 men. So, really shouldn't make an attack in the winter. But I'm thinking in about 30 days, once we get most of our men back, we can attack this corps here and reclaim Jackson. Yeah, your Jaeger Corps has that the same color as the American Paratroopers, that maroon, almost blood red color. It really stands out. It looks good on the uniforms. I did not buy a new horse. I only have $756. I'm kind of loath to spend it on one. When horses keep dying, why buy a new one? Well, let's see how much a new one will cost us. A cheap horse is $100. But there's a sword I want. That cost me $1,000. Can't tell if I want Hind's sword. I think Hind's swords would be better because it'd help us. What's that division command? This is Corps Command. The Corps Command sword's $500 less. And it belongs to brave and worthy leaders. So, our fame is legendary, though we're still not famous ourselves. Though we actually did move up 2 spots. We just passed Stand Wadi, so we're up to 44. So I want to save up to get Beauregard's sword. I can live without the horse. Actually, yes, they were pretty much globally because that actually stems from the first power of the British Army. That's actually how the U.S. military adopted it. The U.S. paratroopers adopted it, and everybody else adopted it from them. So the first power can say they are the. They can literally say their grandfathers or the father of the airborne around the world. We're not a long way from Corps Command. We are in charge of a corps. Polk got wounded, and they gave us the command of the corps. So we are a corps commander now. Beauregard might be pretty strapped for cash, yeah. If he's auctioning off his sword, yeah, I'll give him the money for that. Take us a little bit to get there. We're at $757. We're getting $43 a week, so it's going to take us a while to get there. Yeah, so Thank the Lord, Polk was wounded in the last battle, so they offered us the Corps, and I had to accept. I've been aiming for control of this Corps since the start of the campaign. Mostly because my division's in it. Would I have taken command of another Corps? Yes. But I wanted this one because my division is there. I could have taken command of another Corps and asked for the transfer of my division to the Corps, but that would have taken a lot of prestige. No, I didn't buy the stocks early war, and I should have. I held off this time, and it's kind of biting me in the ass now. I didn't realize how much of a difference that made. So I felt like when I've done it in the past, it didn't make much of a difference. Now I realize how much of a difference it makes. World War I lasted in 1919. The Big Red One would be the grandfather of the airborne. Yes and no. So, history of the paratroopers is something I could really speak to. Because there's something like I dove deeply into the history of paratroopers, more so than a lot of my commanders were very surprised about how much more I knew about it than they did. Because I was always a history buff, and when I became a paratrooper, I dove straight into the history of it. So, especially nowadays, if you actually look at it, the numbering system doesn't make sense if you look at the way it's set up today. But it makes sense if you know how the Army does things. So when paratroopers first came out, you would think Army has the paratroopers. All of our regiments are numbered paratrooper regiments. Paratrooper regiments now are numbered 500 and up. That's not counting glider units. So if you look at the modern 82nd Airborne, so when the military allocated or Congress allocated the numbering system to the Marine Corps and the Marine Corps got 1, Regiment 1 through 499. The Army got 500 plus. So parachute regiments, and not all of them exist anymore. The Army got 500 plus. So the 501st, the 502nd, the 503rd, 504, 505, 506, 507, 508 are PIRs, parachute infantry regiments. The regiments below that are still in the airborne units, the 300 numbers, are actually glider units that were kept in the system because of their history. It's like the 325th is actually a glider unit. They are known as an AIR. Everything 500 and up is a PIR, or Parachute Infantry Regiment. Everything below 500 is an AIR, an Airborne Infantry Regiment, because they were glider units. The Marine Corps actually had Parachute Infantry Regiment. They only ever had one, and that was in World War II, and they didn't use it too much. In World War II, all the parachute operations in the Pacific Theater were Army operations. And there are 3 of them I can think of off the top of my head. You had Corregidor Island, which was a massive airborne operation. And there were 2 on the Chinese mainland. I can't remember the name of off the top of my head. No, the Green Berets were not first, Howard. They were not. Green Berets came into existence back in the late 50s. The airborne were first. Rangers were originally not airborne. Rangers have been in the Army since the 1700s. And they did not become airborne until after World War II. Even during World War II, they were not airborne. They were they were infantry rangers. They were a scout unit. They were a special ops unit. The Green Berets come after World War II. They come into existence in the 50s. Now, if they trace their lineage back further than that, that has to do with them being formed from a unit and the Army attaching a lineage of an older unit to them. Thank God for German guys in leather tights with 3-inch ordnance. What the? I'm failing to find the reference in that one, JA. German guys in 3-inch leather tights and 3-inch ordnance rifles. I'm failing to see the. Unless you're talking about the original German airborne units, but they actually took their key from the American airborne units because America and Russia were the two biggest nations to do it. Everybody else kind of followed their suit. Bouncers October. I bounced at Oktoberfest a long time ago. It was a lot of fun. Up in Germany, actually. I was a bouncer in Italy when I was stationed there, and I was requested in Germany, so I went and did it. Pay sucked, but the women were good. I'm not exactly a wealth of knowledge. I know a lot about a little. Or I know a little about a lot of things. I don't specialize in anything. Fighting soldiers from the skies, fearless men who jump and die. I've heard that since I was a kid. That's pretty accurate. Though paratroopers, whether they're regular paratroopers, special forces, they're a strategic option. They're not a tactical option. So, you're probably talking to one of the few guys who were still left alive with a combat jump under their belt. I jumped into Iraq back in 2003. We're a strategic option. We're not a tactical option. Actually, the Russians started taking it seriously after watching an American airborne drop where a couple of soldiers, was it one or a few soldiers, landed on top of a building by accident. They landed on top of a building, and the Russians thought those guys were like really good at what they did, and they wanted to train their soldiers that way. It's a little anecdote I read in actually a book called Airborne that was printed back in the 90s. I had the book on active duty. I lost it somewhere along the line. I have to find another copy of it, but it was a really good book with the overall history of the American Airborne. I got to find another copy of that book. So they actually witnessed American paratroopers land on top of a building, and it was totally accidental. And then they captured the building because they landed on it. So the Russians thought it was actually really good. So they wanted to emulate that. Old one-bone Kurt student alert. Yep. Today's theme is hats. I have to agree with that one. When it comes to the military and hats, come on. When it comes to military and hats, every unit in the military, divisions, armies, corps, we have our special hats. We love our hats. They are part of our identity. And God forbid, and heaven and hell damn the man who makes fun of them. That and the girls think the hats look nice too, so that kind of helps. The commander of the Baroness Snipe Polk was Hubert Dilger, a German immigrant who More private purchase leather. What I don't know about early Russian powers is why they climbed down on the wings before they dropped. That was everybody. That was everybody, Grimmer. That was every power trooper in every nation. There was no specialized birds for doing it. So many fights have been started that way. And Uncle George says there's hats in the Grafats are something that is something that's gone out of style in the American military, and I do like them, and nobody uses them anymore. And I hate to say they're still used in European militaries, but in American military they've gone out of use, and I hate that. Grafats are actually they make the uniforms look good, especially during parades. But then again, American military is not very good at parades. Anybody who's seen American military in a parade, you know we suck at marching. We don't. It's not something we practice. Started talking about trap doors and ended up on hats. That's true. Well, we started talking about trap doors, and we started talking about 1911s and Webleys, and we've moved on to hats. Because Aris brought up a good comment about the bearskin. I mean, you can't talk about hats without talking about bearskins. You've been talking about how bad it looks when General's Army wear the World War II uniform with the covers missing. That's actually on purpose, Riley. That's actually on purpose. Because that actually has to do with the way the Air Force or the Army Air Corps wore them. They took the frames out because they still had to wear the hats when flying, and they had to fit the headphones over the hats. So they took the frame out of the inside of the hat, so that it would crush down with the headphones on. So honestly, I don't think it looks that bad, to be honest with you, because when you look at how the Army well, when you look at how the Army wears the high peaked hats, it looks horrible. Like if you look at my dress blue hat, which I love wearing my dress blues and I love that hat, but the way Army's high peak hats look horrible. And I actually like that crushed down look. I like that. I like that crushed look. I don't think the officers should be wearing it, but I think the NCOs, it looks fine on the officers. They shouldn't be using that. All right, we're up to 14,000 men. Still orange. How many of my units are back? All right, we're up to 6 brigades back. These guys are still 4 days away. 89 days away. 109 Jesus. 61. 44. Even though it's winter, good news, the bearskin has been found. It was stolen by a drunk Polish tourist and was seen by the police wearing it. Somehow he got inside the hallway where it was... Really? What the absolute... How the hell did he get in there? Well, whoever was guarding that hallway needs to pay for a brand new goddamn bearskin. That's their punishment. That's ridiculous. That or when a new prince takes over the country next week, he needs to spend a year cleaning the king's chambers. That's the only way he's going to make up for that. That's the only way. That is ridiculous. A drunk Polish tourist. Oh my God. Everybody makes fun of drunk Americans, but when I hear absolutely stupid shit coming out of Europe, it's usually a drunk European, and they make Americans look good. Have a good evening, Howard. Three years in a glass house. He needs to spend a year cleaning the king's bathroom. That's what he's got to do. Starting from day one when he takes over next week. He probably took a cigarette break or went to the bathroom. But either way, that man has to spend a year cleaning the king's drawers. Oh, you guardians? Yeah, you guys are very progressive that way, but so is America, so. We're going to wait for this supply depot to be fully built, and then we're going to make a winter operation in that direction to take it over. Yeah, so looks like we're going to be getting into one more battle here, so we might go a little later than 10 o'clock. So we'll probably still be here. So we have like no ammunition. Speaking of Danish lifeguards, Danish push back at Königshugel. Second Schleswig War intensifies. I think some of the guards got a little too friendly and left the door unattended for a bit. Yep. That's why I don't like mixed gender units. You hear all this noise in the background. I'm pulling out a fresh bottle of Balvenie. Oh, you gotta love the sound of a fresh bottle being opened. What makes the grass grow? Blood, 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 and don't forget the whiskey. Fresh popping cork, fresh sound of air going down the neck. You can't beat that. He exchanged words with Colonel Vaughn. Okay, so we're no longer arguing with Waddy. Now we're arguing with Colonel Vaughn. We got most of our men back. They have 20,000 men. We have 20,000 men. Let's go take this supply depot they have built for us. Oh, minus 50%, 57% movement on snowy roads. Oh, shit. I think I might have just fucked this up, but we'll see. We want those free supplies. Sorry about that. I did step away for a second while things were moving. Fresh fellow Balvin, you know, you're torturing me. Well, you said you did have some Bacardi left. Start drinking it. Well, Asda, I thought you said you had Bacardi left, not Asda. Well, every rifle kills at both ends, J.A. Bremer's Ghost, People's Flag. I haven't heard that. Is there lyrics for that? I hate to say I've never heard that before. You know what? Let's halt. Because we already dropped down to the orange, going into red. So we're not going to be able to fight them until I get my readiness back up. Well, that's good drop. If your last good drop was Bushmills, my apologies. People's Flag is a commie song. Oh, and they use this song for that? Really? Or they use this tune for it? Have a good night, Arrows. I know. What is it, like 4 o'clock in the morning for you right now? You shouldn't be keeping yourself up for these streams, to be honest with you. Especially with your job. Yeah, I figured it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I appreciate you joining us, but you shouldn't deprive yourself of any sleep, especially with your job. But have a good one anyway. And thank you for showing up. You added a lot to the conversation today, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, you're only given 7 days home, so make the most of it. Because you're exactly right, Bremer. He's on leave. You got 7 days. Make the most of it. Find a person of your choice and have fun those entire 7 days. Alright, so Grumphouse Corps Army of Missouri is in contact with 2nd Corps Army of the Mississippi. So we have my Corps plus Johnston's Corps coming to help us in 15 hours. So we're facing 17,334 infantry, 2,400 cavalry, and 30 guns. I'll be honest, Saros, you're right. This is actually one of the most fun streams I had in a long time. We had a good conversation on this one. Definitely see you next stream. Make sure to watch the rest of this one, because we do have a battle coming up. Make sure to watch the rest of it whenever you have the chance to. And Monday, you'll see your unit added into the main campaign. Alright, so we are facing 2nd Corps, Army of the Mississippi, with 20,203 men and 30 guns. So they got 17,334 infantry, 2,400 cavalry, and 30 guns. Against my Corps, which is part of the Army of Missouri. Just realized at no point in this campaign, Army of Missouri's entered. This is true. This is true. So we have my Corps, Army of Missouri, with 20,152 men and 11 guns. Army of Missouri headquarters. And Johnston's Corps, which is also part of the Army of Missouri, which is 15 hours away with 20,643 men and 42 guns. So we will have 38,000 men, 38,920 infantry, 1,049 cavalry, and 53 guns on the field. Once we have all of our soldiers, it's now 1,300 on the campaign map. So we'll probably go to end of day before we actually see combat. So the other corps should be on the field. I just realized it's almost 9:30. Holy crap. Guess I joined the army to get out of the great state of misery. Oh, it's not that bad in Missouri. Still got to be better than New York. Stream's been low on battles, but excellent for chat. Yeah, we've been low on battles on this one, but this entire campaign's been low on battles. This entire campaign has every stream from this campaign we've averaged 1 to 2 battles, and that's only because I've been forcing those battles. Now that Polk's out of the way, yeah, we'll be seeing more battles. And you know what? I like it that way, Bremer. I mean, 16 watching and most chatting. I mean, I love that. I'm like, I don't have a large audience, but you guys who come and join me in all these games, you guys make this so much fun for me. I'm sure it's fun for the rest of you all being part of these conversations. That's why you guys are here. It's like I'm glad I don't have a large channel because you guys make it so much fun. Wait, who took over my division? Henry. Why didn't Waddy get the division? I'm changing that. I'm giving Waddy the division after this battle. I'm changing that shit. Fuck that. Some asshole I never heard of getting the division? No. Yeah, Henry's going to get sacked. He's getting taken out of there. I don't know him. I don't want him. Fuck him. Oh, that's actually a good point, Bremer. That's a good point. Vaughn, you got 2 defense points. Vaughn, I want you to come up this way to review field. My old division up this way. I'm going to change the name of the division just so I know it's mine. Well, I got no way of transferring anybody. I can only change commanders. And I can give a shit less about a guy I don't know anything about. I mean, he has a portrait, which means he's a known person. But it's two Tennessee brigades, a Tennessee battery, and Indian allies. So a Virginian does not plug in charge. Hopefully catches a yeah, no. We have few enough officers as it is. Come on, guys, start marching. There we go. Well, I'm still drinking the last glass. I still got a finger in it. I only poured 3 fingers on the last one because that was the bottom of the bottle. So I still got a finger left. Yeah, I've been drinking scotch this battle, so not putting it down as fast as I do the Irish whiskey. I feel bad for these guys. 31 degrees, snowstorm. I would not want to be fighting today. I could kick cat in 4 fingers. I wouldn't call it a fine scotch. I got some better ones in my collection, but not some I'm willing to sit and drink in a 5-hour stream. I mean, it's a good scotch, don't get me wrong. And this trip is going to go longer 5 hours because we took this battle up at the end of it. Riley, we have, outside the last battle, we have not lost a battle yet. The last battle is actually the first one we lost. That only cost me between £5 and $7.50 per shot. That's actually pretty goddamn cheap. That's pretty fucking cheap. Here in America, a Balvenie shot, you're talking almost $20. Remember, so if we want 5+ hours, we need to start talking about that. Yeah, I am drinking the 12-year-old double wood. The rum cask is, I think, a 14, which is the other one I drink. Hold on, let me find the bottle. Yeah, the Caribbean's a 14. I'm drinking the 12 tonight. Oh, if you want to buy a case and sell it to me, I'm all for that. It'd be a lot cheaper. Because I wouldn't have to import it then, I just have to mail it. Alright, let's kick out. Their right flank position should be around here. Got some skirmishers from my old division. Come out this way. Wingman. You boys down the road to here. Lane's battery gets a flag, and I actually get to choose it. Or battery go with that one. Not the best flag in the world, but. Oh, on your division. There we go. And why is my cavalry behind everybody? Be ahead of everybody. Why'd they stop moving? This is a shitty day to be fighting. Look up the price here on postage and remind me next week. Okay, I definitely will remind you. Let me know how much it costs. I will definitely reimburse you for it. Because it's probably cheaper than what I can get it for here. Well, you want 5+ hours. You definitely have to get into a fight right towards the end of the stream. I probably should have canceled it at this point, but we're still here, so why not? Also, if you got feckin' whiskey in your area, you can throw a few of those bottles in also. I'd love that. I don't know if you ever heard of feckin' whiskey. That's actually... I'm hoping YouTube does not cost me for that one, but Feckin' Whiskey is actually an actual whiskey that's made by a cousin of mine that's over in Ireland, or the second or third cousin. I met him at a marriage a few years ago. He has his own whiskey brand. It's called Feckin' Whiskey. I know it's big in Ireland. I don't know if it's made it over to the UK or over to the main island yet. I know when I was there, shit. God, it's 15 years. Doesn't seem like that long ago. It was 15 years ago. It was pretty big in Ireland. You can find it almost in any whiskey store in Ireland, but I don't know about England, Scotland. He has a website posted. Okay, I'll definitely do that. All right, we now have our first side of Yankees, and it's a battery plus some brigade of skirmishers. That's skirmishers, okay. $339. Oh, it's a fucking battery supported by a brigade of infantry. Come over here. So we're on their flank. We know that. We are on their flank. Back, not 100%. It's that time in the lunar cycle for the she-wolf to rise in my wife, running her bath with chocolate so he's the beast. Well, if you didn't just take chocolates, it should only take you. If you're not appeasing the beast with your own body, you've done something wrong. Candles, chocolates, and massage. Check, check, check. Wear her if you don't want. You don't wear her with your wife. Come on. Massage may wait, though. That would rile the beast, and yeah. Hey. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm all about riling the beast. Who cares if you end up with another mini you? That's the whole point of life, isn't it? She's insatiable. Conversations we get into in our chat. Thank God YouTube's only hit me for the music and not anything else we talk about. welcome as many men as batteries in my cavalry regiment. We're going to see if we can take down this battery in my cavalry regiment. So I'm probably going to lose them, but I want to take down this battery before I send my infantry. 0249, well past the watershed. Alright guys, give me a volley, and then I'm going to charge you boys in. Go get them, boys. We get a good view on this. There we go. I hate that shit. Get in there. Get on them. There we go. Perfect. Fall the fuck back. That'll make my infantry assault much easier. I'm not even going to repeat that. But you are correct. You are correct, Brevers. I'm not going to repeat that on YouTube. Oh, good goddamn job. Good goddamn job. Let my infantry get in there. You're not wrong. Happy wife, easy life. You know what? Call in the skirmishers. Stimulated and drunk all in one cup. There you go. Alright, they didn't grab any of the guns. They're moving away from them. Very good. I don't have to worry about that crap. Those detachments are hard to get rid of than anything else in the world. Look at this. Tennessee came back. They now have 2,100 men from the 800 they had. Log drivers are 2,500. Thank God I sent these brigades home. It sucked last battle. And our battery has 9 guns with 132 men. And they were down to 1 gun with like 32 men. So I got no complaints about sending my boys home. It sucked not having them in the last battle where it's just Stan Waddy and his Cherokee rifles fighting. But, yeah. We got a big difference in men now. Now looking for the Jamesons, huh? That should be easy to find. It's not a high-end bottle. It should be in the front of your shelf. Hey, Jamie, what are you doing, that asshole? Don't give me orders. I haven't listened to you in the last 2 years of this campaign. Now 3 years of this campaign, I've not listened to you. Why give me orders now? Make her a pineapple upside down cake with vodka cake flavor. You know what I should also use? I found this by accident. When a pineapple upside down cake, believe it or not, use some God, what the hell's the name of that cream? Hold on. There was a cream that went really good on top of it, and I found it by accident. Now I'm pissed off. I can't think about it, but it tasted really goddamn good. And it's usually not associated with that cake, but it tasted, oh my god. Fuck, the hell's the name of that goddamn cream? I'm going to remember tomorrow when I wake up. I know it. I'll remember tomorrow when I wake up. Pineapple upside down cake and throw. I can't believe I didn't remember this right away because I'm Italian. Cannoli cream. Cannoli cream. Put a light layer on top of some pineapple upside down cake or rum cake. Holy shit, you so changed the flavor, it's not funny. Cannoli, not canola. Cannoli. Canola's a fucking plant. You live in the middle of nowhere, Bremen. There's a copter flying over you. Cannoli cream is one of the fattest. I mean, we're talking about Italian pastries here, but you're talking one of the cream that's going to get you big and fat and happy. That's cannoli. And you're talking like, you ever been to a bakery and you buy cannoli? We're talking about the cream that goes into that. That's a cannoli cream. That's what makes the pastry. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. He doesn't like helicopters that much. I feel sorry for him. Look, I command a corps, but we're actually going to win this battle with my old division because I'm not fighting the other two divisions. I need to move the other two divisions up. All right, we'll call this the limit of advance, my old division, and move the other two up as soon as they're available. Hates motorbikes too, okay. Alright, so we lost track of these guys, so we need to push in. We can't see them. Battery where it is. Playing, you're up next. Wait, what the hell? Oh, I have a whole fucking division back here? Wait, why is my corps... I have a whole fucking division back here. God damn it. That's why shit's fucked up. Like, I'm hitting spacebar and I'm seeing all these units. I'm actually not commanding. I think that's from the other corps. Yeah, it's gotta be the other corps, because I'm seeing stuff on the map that does not belong to me. It's confusing me. Oh, wife's all smiles and kidney mission success. M1's a highway, Jeremy. Does it build parallel to A1? Really? I didn't know that. Oh, we're right on top of these guys. Halt. Fire. We're actually literally on top of these guys. We lost sight of this fucking entire army, and we're on top of them. Up division, we're changing orders. Wingman, you're not going there anymore. Give me some bulk orders. Coming up this road here and getting on the flank. We're going to surround these forces at Spain Field. I gotta wait for my quarter commander to catch up. boys right here in the center. There it is. Lay down. Everybody's in range, so just lay down. Stops south of the wall but goes to Roman Road. Yep. There's actually that was a trip I planned years ago but never actually did. Henry's got my flag. He's come. No. Wadi's getting command of my old division after this battle. This is not good. Some asshole from Virginia taking over my flag and my fucking division, which is full of Tennesseans and Indian allies. No fucking Virginia's getting hold of that. The Antonine Wall is further north, but there's not as much archaeological work done on it, and it's not as famous worldwide, so... there is a thing to that. When you got to think about these things, it also comes down to tourism, and people love Roman history, and Hadrian's Wall is big in history and well known. Who's that? Colonel Tillman. He's one of my... I was thinking about replacing him too, and now he's dead. That's even better. Face. We are wrapping up their flank. Clayton, come up the road. Things are getting a little jumpy, so it's a little hard to cover man. Oh, they just withdrew overnight. So casualties are about even on. I never like seeing that. The Antonines was where the action happened, but Hadrian's Wall was the tax collector and defensive feature. That is correct. But, Hadrian's Wall is what everybody knows, so that's where the tourists go. Love medieval time period and the wars that happened. Learned a lot about rough Scottish terrain. Everyone's lacking one to go to the Highlands. That is very true, but at the same time, like, the Highlands could have fought back better, but you're talking about one of the things I hate to say about the Highlands is like, as an American, I'm very mixed descent. I'm Scotch, English, Irish, Italian, Albanian, and I'm a very mixed descent. I'm an American mutt, and Scotch is one of my biggest heritages, but the Scots were their own worst, much like the Irish, their own worst enemies. Very good at raising rebellions, but not good at leading themselves, is what I have to say. The Scots and Irish didn't have very good leadership at all in any rebellion. Oh yeah, the Scottish midge. That's it. We call them sandflies here in America. We call them sandflies here. Their bite is much worse than they look. Unlike small dogs, they don't have a bark, but they have a huge fucking bite. I really have nothing to say about the Welsh. Because once again, they're just like the Scots and Irish. They're basically their own worst enemies. To be honest with you, I mean, like when you look at the time periods that we're talking about, the Welsh did the best at holding everything off, but it was all coming to an inevitable conclusion because everybody was infighting. Nobody wanted to put someone in charge. England put somebody in charge. Scotland put somebody in charge. Scotland had the Union of Crowns. England goes, we had the Union of Crowns. But it was actually Scotland who had the Union of Crowns because it was a Scottish king that unionized the crown. So it wasn't England. But everybody likes to overlook that part. But nobody had good leadership at all. You had the Scots, the Irish, the Welsh, were all very independent people. Independent clans would never, ever unite. And you still see that today. Like, I can equate what I've seen in medieval period with Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. And I can equate that to Afghanistan and some of the other Middle Eastern countries where you have clans. They still have a very clan societal structure. And it doesn't matter about national government. They can care less about national government or king. It comes down to clan elders, and you still see that presence today in those areas. And that's why they don't fight unified. And it's the same reason those countries fell years ago. All right, so we lost 1,000. I'd say we took down, but live stream is a Confederate campaign. It's not my set piece campaign. So we lost 1,233 of our 38,914 infantry, 93 of our 1,049 cav, none of our guns. Total loss of 1,326 of our 40,788 men. The Federals lost 1,050 to 1,900 infantry, 150 or 2,600 cavalry. 15 or 35 guns, patrols at 1,300 of their 22,000 men. So, as far as attack and defense goes, this is actually really good numbers for us. And we actually gained 262.9 prestige out of this battle. I wish they'd hung on for day 2, because we could have smashed this fucking core. Yeah, so Jeremy, I've never done the DNA test, and I do have a reason for not doing it, but Yeah, my family's from all over the world. Like, actually, my first cousins are Japanese. So, if you ever run into a Japanese guy with a Italian last name, that's probably my cousin. So, my family's very eclectic. I'm literally the only white guy left in my family, quite literally. All right, so let's take a look at the paperwork, see how our division did. Oh, shit. Okay, there we go. I saw that black screen. I thought, oh, I hit quit battle. I didn't inspect battle. Shit. Never mind. Fuck. I wanted to look at the paperwork. I hit quit battle. Yeah, so like with my family, all my nieces and nephews are Hawaiian, Puerto Rican, Spanish. My cousins are Japanese. They all have Italian, Scotch, and English in them, but yeah, that part of the family's died out basically. I know I have some relatives in Scotland. I have some relatives in Ireland, and my family in Italy. They never had kids, so I'm actually literally like the last Italian male in my family that has any type of connection to Italy, because I'm the only person that actually talks to the family in Italy. He was Dutch English, actually, but he was still born and raised in Scotland. It's hard to go back with the Scots because after the unification of the crowns, they tried moving all the records from Scotland down to England, and they moved them on ships, and the ship that actually had all the records sank. So anything earlier than the 1800s is very suspect, honestly. Ling does claim the fame, yep. All right, we won this battle, so let's get it rolled off. And we're now past 10 p.m., so I've been going over 5 hours now, so we're going to get this battle rolled off and we'll probably end the stream there. Troops fought well and we carried the day. Well, that's only because the Federals retreated. Come on. Roll away. Let's go. What the hell's happening? No, this battle did not go... No, we didn't go past 1 day, so why is this still going on? Alright, we got a glitch. We have a glitch in the Matrix. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can feel it physically. It's like I mean, my streams go for 5 hours, and it's like I can literally start feeling them physically at the end. Literally, I'm like, when you sit in front of the computer for 5 hours, you can start feeling it. Prince William owns your old family manor as part of the Duchy of Cornwall, though it's part of Devon. I'd say there's a lawsuit in order if you could afford it. Though that manor probably cost you more money than a goddamn lawsuit. 5 hours is not a long time. That's like when... Like my early streams, like my beginning streams when I was just trying to look for stuff to talk about, it was kind of hard, but like I have a good core. I mean, like Riley, you, Bremer, Jeremy, Josh, I mean, you guys keep the conversation rolling along. I don't have to look for stuff to talk about when it's like I'm actually having more fun looking at the stream chat than I am looking at the game. Like I what was that? Like 2 points in this game, I got distracted because I'm watching the chat and I'm not looking at the map. I mean, you guys, I mean, we're all having fun together, which is the whole point of this. Like I started this channel, it's like, if people want to watch this stuff, but it's like just doing these streams alone. I mean, there's a few of you guys who come up for every stream, and we have these wild conversations which are hilarious and fun at the same time. Like, I don't know what else to say about that stuff. I'm like, you guys make these streams. Literally, you guys make these streams. Without you guys, I don't think I'd be doing this because it wouldn't be any fun. You got the conversations we have. I mean, I'm the only voice you guys hear during the streams, but I mean, these conversations are fucking hilarious sometimes and extremely fun. Love seeing a game like this for a Spanish... you couldn't do a game like this for the Spanish-American War. The Spanish-American War was very short-lived. You're only talking about 2 years. You're talking Cuba, Puerto Rico, a little bit of intervention in the Philippines. The Philippines intervention lasted longer than anything else. The Spanish-American War was only about a year. So, you couldn't make a game out of that. You really couldn't. Well, that's what I'm going for, Jeremy. It's like, we talk history, we talk current military. Like, as long as we're not talking current politics, and that's my cutoff point. Politics has got to be 20 years in the past. We're not talking anything 20 years in present. As long as we keep that out of the way, we talk military, we talk history. That's the whole point of this channel. That's what makes this fun for all of us. And I think most of us here would rather talk about what happened 100 years ago and further. To be quite honest with you, because that's where we all find our love. That's why That's why you guys watch this game. That's why I play this game. We love our history. That's why we are here. And much like my reenactment group, I think we are I'm gonna say it right now. Everybody here is my drinking club with a history problem. Actually, it's still pretty easy to get banned from YouTube talking about histories ago because even centuries ago because they don't like certain topics. Like one of the things I would like, there's a big World War II subject I would love to discuss. I can't discuss because it just the name of the subject. I'm trying to find a new name for the subject that could equate to it. Yes, we took over the Philippines from the Spanish during the Spanish-American War. And actually, the funny thing is, here's the funny thing about the Philippines, is the Philippine national movement that wanted to separate from America and just be, instead of being like Puerto Rico or the Marshall Islands, instead of being a part of America but not being part of America, the Philippines didn't want to separate from that for years because the Filipinos loved Americans. The Filipinos weren't the Spanish. They weren't the Germans. Like, because they had to deal with American soldiers in the Philippines. They thought we were the greatest thing in the world because Americans weren't like every other country that ever been in part of the Philippines. So, Philippine independence, it took World War II to make that happen. It took the Japanese taking over the Philippines for the Filipinos to gain their independence because the Filipinos didn't want their independence. Every time a vote came up for the Philippines to become an independent nation, and these are our own people, voted against it because they loved Americans. Because American soldiers in their country were like, they weren't like the Germans, they weren't like the Spanish, they weren't like the Portuguese. They didn't treat people like tools. They didn't treat people like shit. And I forget, the guy's pretty famous. So he's a very famous Filipino nationalist, and he even said it himself. He's like, the worst part about trying to gain independence from America is that Filipinos like Americans. No, it does not start with the H word. It starts with the R word. And, but the city is named Nanking. Take the R word, put of and Nanking behind it. There's a very good book about the subject, and it's one I would love to discuss. Well, the Filipinos are like, yeah, I mean, that's like the Filipinos were conquered by the Spanish, the Portuguese. And like I said, when it came to America, it's like when they didn't gain independence until after World War II. And I hate to say it took the Japanese invading them and for them to gain independence because they didn't want it. They wanted to stay part of America. I'd actually have to say the Spanish were not the most brutal of European colonists. It was actually the Portuguese. A lot of countries lost their colonies after World War II. Yes, but when you talk about when it comes to America and its colonies, we were literally trying to get rid of them. We've been trying to get rid of them since we got a hold of them. The whole Philippine independence movement was started by America because we didn't want it. We got the Philippines out of the Spanish War because it was given to us. Like Jacob, that's actually a very good point. A lot of what the Philippines is so good at, it was brought over by America, but at the same time, it's like they're very good at their own things. But when it comes to Portugal and Spain, and when it comes to their colonies, they were both equally bad. They were probably the worst colonialists that ever existed. Though the Germans were actually a lot worse, but they had fewer colonies, so you don't hear about the stories as much. Actually, you're right. Yeah, that's actually something nobody talks about, Jacob. Nobody talks about that. And he was actually a mechanic in the Philippines Army that was he was a militiaman, which means he was part of the U.S. Army, though. He was actually a Philippines Army, but serving in the U.S. military because the U.S. military controlled the Philippine Army at the time. Belgium was horrific too, but you don't really hear the stories about them because the parts of Belgium was mostly involved in sub-Saharan Africa, and nobody really talks about sub-Saharan Africa all that much because there's nothing there worth talking about, to be honest with you. Which is pretty sad. I mean, when you think about it, because you're talking about like a quarter of the continent of Africa, but there was nothing there that was worth anything, and Belgium's treated them worse than you could ever. No, you're right. The Congo is still a nightmare today. There's no getting around that. We're never going to escape from that. We're never going to escape from that. There are things that are going on in Africa. When you look at modern politics in Northern Africa, yeah, there's stuff we can get around. But when you look at the subcontinent and southern continent, there's some things that we could have fixed already, but we've chosen not to. Well, a lot of the hardwoods from the Congo we're not using anymore. We've actually found cheaper replacements for a lot of that stuff, at least here in America. Like, America stayed out of the Congo for a very long time, though we did have a lot of trade out of the Congo, but we've actually cut off about, over the last 35 years, if you actually look at trade, the U.S. has cut off. So we had hardwoods out of Africa, out of the Congo. The U.S. used to take about 90% of the world trade out of it. Today, we take less than 5% because we found replacements for all those hardwoods. We produce cheaper materials at home than we could import from there. No. So no one wants the gold, no one wants the copper, no one wants the diamonds. The lithium. Remember, your last statement, the lithium. That's where the money is right now. The hardwoods, the gold, the silver, that's all been cut out and run dry. The lithium though. Rubber and sugar when the Belgians had it, you're right. But rubber and sugar comes cheaper from other areas. But right now, the lithium is where the trade is. Nobody even wants the blood diamonds anymore, Jeremy. It's all about the lithium. The lithium is the most expensive, most worthwhile thing that comes out of that country. And the entire sub-African continent, that's the biggest trade item come out of there right now. And I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it. Nobody's talking about diamonds anymore. Everybody's talking about lithium, lithium ion batteries, lithium this. Everything in the modern world is running on lithium. And when you look at these fucking mines, look up pictures of these mines. We got kids mining lithium. It's like, I'm not an environmentalist in the least bit, but when I look at Africa and the way they're like, we have all these environmentalists here in America, in Europe, and China, all these people saying, "Oh, these things are great. These things are great." Then look at these fucking mines in the middle of Africa using child labor to fucking mine lithium. These kids have got a lifespan of less than 20 years. Fuck you and your fucking battery-driven car. Imagine your kid doing that shit. I'm sorry, I got into my own politics on that one. I do apologize. But that's the way I feel about it. Fuck you and your fucking battery car. Put your kid into that fucking mine. Anyway, I think that's a good place. Yeah, battery car in a cold, wet environment is always a bad idea, but I did step into current politics on that one and my own personal feelings. So I think now is a good time to end the stream. It's coming up at 10:40, so we're talking about 5.5 hours on the stream, 5 hours and 40 minutes on the stream. So fossil fuel is not the way to go, but current wind power and fossil fuel is not the way to go, but current wind power, current sun power is not the way to go either. There are other routes we need to go that nobody's looking at, especially microfusion, and that's an option, but no one wants to look at it because of how dangerous it is. But less dangerous than lithium goddamn ion battery mines. But don't want to go fast. I want to go good MPG. Then go diesel. I got an F-250 Ford diesel engine. I got 1,000 miles with a 20-gallon tank. So, all right, everybody. So, before we get further into current politics and me blasting off into goddamn lithium batteries and the fucking mining that happens in Africa, which pisses me the fuck off. So I haven't run any charity streams on here lately, though I'm planning on running one in the future. It does have to do with getting kids out of that shit. But thank you all for joining me. I hope you all had a good time. Yeah, the end of the stream got a little wild. I'm sorry, Dark Horse. Got a little wild. Bremer, 3 have. I work at the ports in Newark. I'm actually, I do work at ports, so I understand how many things. I watch all that stuff, but let's save the modern politics. Like I said, I actually broke my own rule. I went a little off bend. So once again, if you're a new viewer, return viewer, if you're not yet subscribed, please think about hitting that subscribe button. If you do, remember to hit that bell icon so when the next video comes out. If you're one of my returning viewers and you have not hit that subscribe button, come on, I gotta be doing something right. You watch me a second time, third time, fourth time. Hit that goddamn subscribe button. Help me get to that 800 mark. We're almost there. Well, it's 3 in the North Sea, 1 at Port Newark, so that's 4 in the last year. But it doesn't have to do with the EVs. It had nothing to do with EVs. It had to do with gas cars catching fire, lighting up the EVs. I hate to defend them, but that's what happens. There's a lot that goes on with that. Well, Ultimate Admiral will be on Wednesday, Riley. So, I just completed my second campaign. In 3 weeks, I've done 2 campaigns. I don't have a full grasp of the game, but I have a better understanding of the game. So, hopefully you guys will enjoy it. I'm going to do something really stupid for the first campaign. And if any of you guys know from, Text of the Black Pants Legion or Text Talks Battle Text, it's following the same vein of him. Bremer, what'd you do? Stealth plays religiously. You might take it. I love stealth. I think stealth has one of the best Ultimate Owl campaigns that are out there. I watch his videos regularly. So I was like, I don't want to take away from him. I'll never compete against him, as far as I'm concerned. Like, because I love Stealth 17 and Brother Monroe is the other guy I love to watch. Actually, I think he's working on his own mod for the game, if I'm right or wrong. Fucking caps lock. No, it's not fucking caps lock. Yeah. Wait, it is. Oh, Streamlabs, fuck you. I turned that shit off, Streamlabs. Yeah, so like I want to play the game because I just because the game is more playable now than it was about a year ago. Like a lot of things have been fixed. So the original studio, which was commanded by the guy who made the Ultimate General series, you're talking about Ultimate General American Revolution. He created the game, and he gave it to another studio. They fucked up so bad that he came back, and he bought the rights back to the game because that's how badly they fucked it up. And since he's taking it back over, the game is so much better. You were caps lock because your fingers are fat. Yeah, your fingers are not fat. Things might be spicy the first few years because I'm going to follow, because I'm thinking about doing a few campaigns on the game. So I'll start with America and work my way down the list. America's the easiest fucking nation to play as because once the economy gets rolling, you're fucking rolling. You're rolling along like nothing fucking is in your path. Like I said, Howard, I gotta find another copy of that book that I had. I lost it a few. So moving between barracks and having other soldiers pack my room, I lost this book called Airborne. And it was actually, literally, it was complete history of the Airborne. It was the most accurate thing I'd ever seen. Some things were not correct. But 90% of that book was correct. I need to find that book again. I need to get my hands on another copy of that. And I'm pissed off that I lost control of that copy that I had because it was the third printing of that book. But once I get another hold on that copy and I can retrace what that writer did and just fix the things that I know were wrong in that book. Fuck. All right, gentlemen, I think we've gone way over time. We've been sitting here looking at the same screen for I don't know how long now. So, actually, I think I did my exit like fucking 30 minutes ago. I have to do it again. I love you all. You guys are fucking awesome. You guys, the chat makes this so worth it. Getting hungry, time for some scrumpets and peanut butter. All right. Ladies, gentlemen, whatever gender you are, I gotta be a little politically correct these days. You'll have a good evening. I will see you all at the next set piece campaign on Monday. Wednesday will be Ultimate Outer Dreadnoughts, #1 campaign of American. We'll do American campaign for the first one, and I'll work my way down to nations. First one will be set on normal because I'm still learning the game, and even on normal, that fucking game kicks your ass. Warburton's Crumpets. I'll see if I can order those here. I'll see if I can order them here. Definitely see if I can get those here. I don't think I can, but I will try. But once again, new viewer, return viewer, if you're not yet subscribed, please think about hitting that subscribe button. This is a live stream campaign, so if you'd like a brigade in one of my the one core I have right now, you do have to be a channel member. So I hate to say that, but I only have X amount of brigades on a live stream campaign, and so you do have to be a channel member. I hate to say that, but that is actually something I do have to do. And I will see all you gentlemen, all my great conversationalists here. Jeremy, Dark Horse, Arrows, Riley. All you guys, I will see you all next live stream on Saturday. Other than that, I'll see you on the next mainstream campaign on Monday. Have a good evening. Stay grumpy.